This conference will now be recorded.
Jackie, can you hear us okay? Yeah, but you had to hand crank them.
8-track tapes.
Yeah,
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Oh. You remember the ones you had to crank and they spin the metal records and you lower.
Okay, would everyone please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, everyone. Called the meeting to order. The first item before us is to approve the agenda. Is there any changes, Bruce?
Mr. Chairman, I'm unaware of any changes. However, you may want to consider moving the executive session for personnel later on in the meeting.
Okay. Everyone agree with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Declare conflicts. Do we have any conflicts?
Move to approve the agenda as amended.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of the agenda. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Now, do we have any conflicts? I may have a possible one at 10:15. I may. All right. Regular minutes. What's your pleasure on the minutes?
Motion to approve the best minutes will approve all day.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second for approval of the minutes. Any further discussion? Seeing none.
Scales down.
All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Bills. Have them before you. Questions? I have none.
Mr. Chairman, I would just make a comment if I may. I see our court appointed attorney is $13,000 again. That being said, I'd move to approve the bills as presented.
I'll second. Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of the bills. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, personnel.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve Kendall Shane as a step raise, Krista Curtis as a step raise, Monica Lucio, is that right?
There might be an amendment to that one. Step 2 to step 3.
That's a grade 3 at a base pay of $25.14 instead of grade 2.
Okay.
It's just a,
As amended, and Brandon Rosenau, those step raises. I did not include Brett Runge.
okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of the step raises. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve Vanessa Adrian as a classification change as presented. Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, and then I have Laurel Palmer. She is she does multiple roles. I think she works in dispatch, secretary, and now they're putting her in also as a correction officer too. Grade 1, base pay of $22.53. She is a part-time fill-in employee, and this will be effective today, 9/5.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. We're just approving the multiple role or additional role.
And this pay,
And
so
this pay.
because it's a different pay in all 3 different positions, so we have to approve this in the minutes.
So moved.
I'll second it. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And then I have Brandon Olson. He's a new hire. He is a full-time permanent employee, correction officer 1, grade 1, base pay 21.23, effective 9/11/2023.
Motion to approve.
Second. Okay, with a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Did everybody approve or just?
Everybody.
Okay,
vote
yeah.
for it.
I was hearing things. All right, I have another new hire, Katie Kinspotter. She is a part-time fill-in employee, dispatcher 1, grade 1, base pay of $21.23, effective 9/5.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, I have one last new hire, Mia Cole. She is a full-time permanent correction officer 1, grade 1, base pay of $21.23, effective 9/11.
Move to approve as presented.
Okay, there's a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Chairman, that's all I have for personnel for the one that you're on in the meeting.
We'll hold off on the executive session till later this morning. Any travel requests?
Chairman, I do have an amendment to the travel request that was done prior. The dates for Amber Vote to go to her Western Planning Conference is amending it from August 16th through the 18th to September 19th through the 22nd. And so I just need to amend the motion and to allow for a travel event. She will be going to Anchorage, Alaska.
Do we need to vote it through?
It was Flanagan Jennings.
Amend my motion.
Oh, sorry. I'll get that. Okay, we have a motion for the amendment. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Auditor's account with the treasurer.
This is as of August 31st, 2023. Total amount of deposits in the bank is $66,052,003.41. Included in that balance are the $5 million in Colliers, the CDs, that is the CDs, $5 million. Bank balance of $26,212,902.06. The US Bank balance, which is the construction fund for the Public Safety and Services Center, $23,212,926, $212,926.24. I'm just messing that all up. Money market, $1,626,175.11. Amount in the treasurer's possession, checks, $41,824.87. Total amount of cash is $5,516.92. Petty cash, $2,725 for a total of $56,103,420.20.
Okay,
Motion to approve the auditor's accounts treasurer.
motion and a second for approval of the treasurer's report. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried.
Thank you.
All right, the annual emergency management agreement.
We have reviewed this, both Barb and I, and we've had more changes this year than I can remember going back, but we had 5 places that we had Bruce review with a favorable nod from him, and the biggest change, I guess, is we're gonna have to learn to a new computer program for FEMA. Anything that we did have to claim as damages, got to go through this new program and training, and I believe we're going to have to include the county highway department on this as well. But it's a training in progress, I guess.
Okay. Any questions? Commissioner Diver.
So this is federal funds dispersed by the state, not state funds, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, that's my understanding. Your pleasure on this.
Most allow the chairman to sign. Or is it him or is it Paul?
Yes.
Okay, allow the chairman and emergency manager to sign agreements. I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Automatic budget supplement, sheriff travel.
If you remember at the last meeting, we had a supplement for the sheriff's office. This is just an additional funds. It costs a little more than the original estimate, so this is just a supplement. Need a motion to allow me to put that in the sheriff's travel budget.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. No further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay. Appoint replacements. That's all I've got on that.
We received a letter from the lead fire protection district. According to SDCL, they provided us with a couple of names, but we have to actually, the Board of County Commissioners has to actually appoint them to finish out the term. We have Oz Enderby, who has resigned as of August 31st. His replacement will be Ron Moeller, who is in the audience. Also, Stephen Stewart has resigned as of August 31st, 2023, and his replacement is Austin Wilson. And one is inside city lead and one is outside, which we have to have according to registered voters, 3 inside the city and 2 outside.
Okay. Mr. Diver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we know when the last election was?
They hold them, if they have them. I don't think they've had an election for quite some time because they turn in petitions, and if they don't have any.
Do we know when the petitions were last turned in?
No.
I just think it's odd that 2 are leaving at the same time.
Yeah, well, I do know Steve Stewart is moving to New Orleans.
Stu is moving?
Yeah, so he is moving to New Orleans, and Oz kind of just filled in as treasurer, but is decided that he is going to get off the board. I mean, I can find that information out.
So
I believe they turn their petitions in at the same time that because they go on with the city.
Can you add to that, Mr. Mueller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Mr. Enderby served for 10 years
And as you may recall from some of the newspaper articles, the recent kerfuffle with the wire transfer money and things like that. Oz wanted to stay. He wanted to actually resign earlier this year, but he wanted to stay and get that at least right the ship money-wise, if you will. And he wants to focus more of his attention and time on Deer Mountain sanitary district locations.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's your pleasure on the?
I would move to approve appointing Mr. Moore and Mr. Wilson to the Fire Protection District.
Okay, I'll second that. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
All righty, I think we're up to you, Shane. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
I guess I should make mention, Commissioner Sleep is not with us today. He had some issues to take care of, and our thoughts and prayers are with him. Go ahead.
Personally, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask for permission, as I did last year, to go ahead and let the bids for patrol vehicles, which is what we budgeted for. I realize full well that you've not finalized your budget. The need to do this now is simply so that we can get the vehicles, because if we don't order them now, we are at risk of not being able to get them until 2024. We need them.
Okay. Commissioner Diver?
So you have state bids, or how are you doing it? Or are we going to have to do a bid process? We do a bid process. Okay. What's the estimated price of each? Is it under the new cap of 50,000? I don't think so. I think it's just over. I'd have to look. To be honest with you, Commissioner, I think we budgeted 54,000 times 4. Okay, so it's 4,000 over the new cap. Okay, thank you. So we need a motion to authorize him to.
Your next meeting.
Okay.
And I don't think there's any trade-ins this year, correct?
That is correct. I'd make that motion to authorize the sheriff to produce the bid package for our next meeting for patrol vehicles.
Set bid opening for September 26th at 15 a.m. The way it's written on the agenda.
Yep.
And do you want that to be contingent upon the approval of the 2024 budget?
If long as the budget's, if we don't do it today, it'd be on before that.
Would be that day. We'd open the bids.
We'd have to change the time of the bid opening then.
I'm just saying that, yeah.
Well, I think normally, I can schedule the final budget approval right away during general business. I think that's what I've done historically. I can't remember exactly.
Unless we approve it today.
Yeah.
Unless.
I'd make it that contingency then.
Okay, everyone understand the motion?
So if we put those bids out, are we obligated to accept it?
No.
Okay.
You're required, as a matter of fact, to have language in there by statute that you reject all bids for anything.
Okay, for any reason.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion before us, will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Next, Mr. Chairman, I would defer to Dr. Alka regarding ordinance number 2023-01.
Mr. Chairman, Sheriff contacted me, and what you see as a result of that conversation, it's a proposed ordinance prohibiting jumping or diving from bridges. It is based upon state statute. It's almost exactly like state statute. And so today is the first reading. You need a second reading. At your next meeting, there is no public hearing required for this necessarily. You could have one if you wanted to. I think the ordinance speaks for itself. I would defer to the sheriff in a few minutes for any comments that he might have. One thing to note is that the proposed ordinance asks that you have a finding that there is a need for immediate preservation of public health and safety, and that this ordinance would take effect upon passage and publication. So it would not have to wait 20 days after publication for it to go into effect. But you would not vote on it until next meeting, if that makes sense.
Okay. Commissioner Flanagan.
If this is in statute, why do we need ordinance?
State statute only pertains to state bridges, not county bridges.
Okay. This is just the first reading, so we don't take action until next meeting. Commissioner Flanagan.
I just was wondering what situation exists that we need to emergency enact this.
Fair question. And we give this considerable thought, given that this is likely an activity that we all participated in at one point in our youth, but things have changed. Roads are busier. I'm told, though I haven't gone out there with the yardstick, but I'm told that the water is not as deep, and the practices have become, I'll say, extreme. Jumping off the bridge, specifically on the Old Bell Highway across the Redwater. The road is being blocked. They're jumping too high. I have pictures of them jumping off the top of vehicles now, not just the bridgehead. So I think that given the number of complaints that we've had and the safety of our youth, it is an ending of an era and time to make an adjustment. So I will offer, however, that the ordinance will be, it would be my intent to enforce the ordinance with caution. But we have to have something other than a bid towards common sense to get the kids to stop doing it. So.
Chairman, I didn't talk to John Bay yet, but we probably would want to talk to John about putting signs on the bridge announcing that this ordinance is in effect. I think it's probably the only bridge that would apply to, as far as I know.
John and I have.
Okay. I don't remember if I.
Yeah, that's been going on for a long time. And I myself have gone through there and
Jumped off the bridge?
no, not able to go across the bridge because of the amount of young people. No, Paul, I haven't jumped off.
I think I may have. Welcome.
Okay, well, this is the first reading. What else do you have before us, Sheriff?
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Public Safety and Service Center update, anything going? Things going well?
I think that things are getting better. Better in terms of the progression, specifically with regards to the center block walls. We're making some progress. And the exterior walls around the magistrate court area are up, and they've got the exterior paneling is up as well. So things are coming together. It looks more and more like a building every day.
Okay, thank you.
Nice to get it buttoned up before the snow flies and do much stuff inside.
You know, this might be a time for a quick update on the easement request. My understanding is that the South Dakota Department of Transportation issued the approach permit after we reached out to them. So now we've narrowed that down to a utility easement request. So good, that's good news. We won't have people driving through our facility.
Okay.
So we'll keep working on that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bay, your time, sir. We're running ahead here.
Fantastic. Good morning.
Thank you again for all of your updates. This is very, very helpful.
I just have a couple permits on the agenda here. One is, the first one is Kenneth Gardner. He's bought a piece of property up on the Yellow Creek Road. It has an existing approach. The approach that's in place isn't very nice. It runs parallel to our road. It has a pretty steep grade off of our road, and it's created a lot of issues of washing to his driveway and to our road. He just purchased this property, and he would like to move the approach to the opposite end. And I would agree that it would be a much better location for the approach. So I would recommend approval of this permit.
Okay. Go ahead.
He's going to obliterate the existing one.
Correct.
And then, so it'll basically
That was
correct
part of the agreement.
course.
Once he's done with the new approach, he will abandon the approach.
I'll make the motion to approve that.
Is your motion to include that condition?
Yes.
Second it.
Okay, a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
And the other one isn't on your
your outline here, but I do have the one that was continued from the last meeting that you pointed out to me that had the wrong owner on it for utility on the South Rapid Creek Road. I reached out to them and Lumen Technologies reapplied to that, so everything's now approved.
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend approval of the utility permit we carried over from our last meeting as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
What's that? That goes across the road. Correct. That's what I thought. Yep.
It's for the communication.
It was a phone line drop to that residence. Then I got these, I've got some temporary easements to be signed. The first one is for the Elmore Bridge. This is the last private individual. The only thing left on that bridge is we're still waiting on the Forest Service. We already signed 2 of these, and this would be the third private person on that bridge. We need these easements signed so we can continue on with the next step of getting that bridge replaced. I'd like you to sign these. Commissioner,
Is there a cost associated with this one?
not with this one. This one was
Donation?
This was a donation. This one was voluntary.
My motion move to have the chairman sign the easement agreement as presented at Elmore Bridge.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
So now we got the other 2 that these are on the Whitewood Service Road. These are on the bridge about a mile east of Whitewood. This is for the upcoming project. It's going to be a bridge replaced with a box culvert. And these are the ones that I'm sure that Commissioner Divert's referring to. These are not voluntary. These people are asking for reimbursement. The first person, Arthur and Eloise Daniels, they're asking for they're losing some production of hay there, and they hay their property. So they were asking for the reimbursement for the 0.5 acres and the 4 trees that are going to be removed. And it amounts to $545. And then the next one being Michael and Susan Davies, and theirs is for the loss of some grazing land where they graze their cattle. That was for the 2.72 acres, and that reimbursement is for $680 for our ordinance.
Just need a motion to approve or allow the chairman to sign it. So moving.
Mr. Chairman, does the motion include the payment to them?
Yes.
Approving the payment.
Second.
So just so I understand this better, we have an ordinance that specifies the amount of damages that we would pay. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's the ordinance. People like to see it.
Okay. This is a one-time thing.
Correct. It's annual. If it goes for longer than a year, they'd be entitled to more, but it should not go.
So these are just temporary.
These are temporary. Correct. This is for the bypass to build around this bridge. Like this road.
And then they'll restore it to its
Yep.
natural.
Yep. We'll have to, and the county will be responsible for some fencing. There'll be some temporary fencing. That's part of the agreement with the state. We do all fencing and tree removal. We'll be doing the tree removal. So once this is signed and in place, our plan is to remove the trees after November the 1st is when we can do it. That's when the bats are gone, and then we're allowed to remove the trees.
We had a motion. Do we have a second?
Yeah, I second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to allow the chairman to sign the documents. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Yeah, they're endangered now.
Certainly not for lack of food.
Well, it's a certain bat. Now we can't do timber harvest 5 months.
The property owners were pleased that there would be no bats. They were wanting to get rid of stuff, to get rid of bats.
Bats and frogs.
But they still want to pave them for the trees. Nemo Bridge is done. We have not done the walkthrough yet on that. They do plan on pouring the concrete on the bridges on the South Bridge on the St. Ange Road on Friday, and the following week they're planning on pouring the deck on the North Bridge. And if you see there on my last page there, the South Rapid Creek, we got done with that, and there was a lot of questions about signing. I'd like your guys' input on what you'd like to do, if anything, on the signing. There's a lot of questions out there. Of course, everybody wants the speed limit lowered. Well, there is no speed limit. So referring to our ordinance, no speed limit, I think it's 55. Is that correct, Bruce?
I have to verify that. That sounds right.
I think it's 55 miles an hour is what our ordinance says if there's no speed limit posted.
This is 231.
This is 231. And we've completed everything. We have not done any signing. There is no signing in place other than some of the Forest Service parts of it, I guess, have got the names of the Forest Service roads and things like that. There's 3 intersections that would need some stop signs or could use some stop signs. That would be O'Neill Pass, Retreat Road, and Bowles Canyon. And then, of course, if we wanted to do speed limits, or we could just post it as no sign.
Or we could do a weight limit of 1 ton.
It is 55 is the default. It's not otherwise posted.
Do you have recommendations?
My recommendation would be, at the least, would be a no signing type of scenario. But I would like to have those crossroads. I think we should put stop signs at the crossroads.
I'd make a motion to follow recommendation. Do no signing and then stop signs.
Okay. We have a second. I'll second it. Further discussion. Commissioner Dunn.
Do we have the authority to put the stop sign on Bowles Canyon, so that's where it continues, which is not our road?
It's in our right of way, so yes.
And what about the opposite approach? It's across from that.
It's also in our right.
Okay.
That's
the 2 that you're talking about. That's the one that goes up to the church camp.
I would recommend that we have our road is the through road of South Rapid Creek, and those 2 approaches, those 2 crossroads, we can put stop signs at those.
But we don't continue our through road. The county maintenance ends, so you're going to put a county maintenance end sign at
Yes.
that. Okay.
And no signing at the beginning.
Are you going to have county maintenance end going all directions, or are you just going to put it right before the intersection?
I would put it right before
the intersection.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
You can see where the price of that road ended up being. So.
Oh yeah. Thanks, Judge.
It's nice, I guess. I haven't been out there since we finished, but it's pretty nice, I guess.
I haven't been there since you got the gravel on.
I haven't.
Now that I'm done working down there.
My preference would be to put no maintenance on that road. Just right beside it says no maintenance.
We could, we could make it a minimum maintenance for sure. I don't know that we can do no maintenance. I don't know, being a county secondary and those people being one. And
it's a county secondary?
They fought for, yes, it's a county secondary.
Can we reclassify it?
You could, I think, the standard is occasional, is intermittent or occasional traffic for a no maintenance road.
What about the piece that's on the forest before it gets there? Is that all inclusive?
Yeah, I got to go across there to get to ours.
Right.
Right.
So do we put a county maintenance begins sign in?
And ends.
And ends?
Okay. Anything further?
No, unless you guys have any questions for me on this.
Will you be here to participate on the haul road agreements?
You would like me to be here?
I would certainly encourage your input on it. So
We have the master transportation And scope of work here.
Well, we had that first meeting, and it was just an online meeting. Bruce and I attended. Amber was there.
Rich Isdale,
Rick Tisdale.
and I think that there's opportunities for the chairman and for Richard to attend as well.
Correct.
Sorry.
Probably had a mad bird in the building.
But yeah, it was kicked off, and there a lot of discussion about just the scope of the meeting. Amber and I and Bruce put together some classifications. I guess put certain roads in certain classifications as far as what we felt was needed more study that hasn't been studied. We all decided that the Nemo area being a concern area with the amount of traffic in the summertime. It's a section of the county that probably gets overlooked a lot. We got a lot of studies going on around the Spearfish area, between Deadwood and Spearfish on that corridor, 5 study. So we did kind of put that up to the top of our list of areas that we felt needed some attention or some study parameters, I guess. But we also kind of included the whole county as a master transportation plan. So anything that you guys have for input would certainly be welcome.
Okay, and that's scheduled for public meeting at 11.
The highway
The big program requirements for the 5-year highway plan is the 9 o'clock public meeting.
So we have to stick to the agenda on that.
I had a question on the scope of work. When's your next meeting? Did I miss
It's
that?
not been, there hasn't been a set next meeting yet. I'll make sure everybody knows when the next meeting is, but we are trying to keep that to 2 people, correct? 2 commissioners.
Yeah.
So it's not.
And again, I think Chairman, I think Richard were originally appointed.
Correct.
It looks like they're looking for any comments to have back by, it says by this Friday, 9/23. So I think that September 23rd, I'm going to guess.
So if we have comments, get them to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't know what we can bump ahead here.
We did a executive session.
Pardon? That's not what we did.
Move to go into executive session for personnel.
I'm going to pause the recording.
Trustee CO 125-2, parenthetical 1.
Yep. Personnel.
I'll second.
Okay,
Okay, folks, if you're online, the commission about to come out of executive session.
We are now out of executive session without any action taken.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the step raise for Brent Runge to the base pay of $29.40 as presented.
Okay, have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna take a 3-minute break here, and then we'll continue with your show, John. Ma'am?
Okay, well, I've explained to the audience and I've sent around a roster so they can sign that we can send the attendance to the state. And I also sent them around any comments that they might want to make. And we'll send those as well to the state. This is a required meeting that we are required with the state to have to prove that we are making our 5-year plan public. This is part of the program along with the wheel tax, so we're eligible for the grants and funding for our bridges and things like that. So I have the 5-year plan laid out. You've already seen the first two, but we'll go through everything. And if you guys have any kind of something you want to bring up at the time, we can make notes of it as we go.
Chairman, I have a question for
Okay, go
John.
ahead.
Isn't even started yet.
I know, but the public meeting is only on the 5-year plan. We don't have to have the 9-year gravel plan on
We
the
do
public,
That's
or the 5-year equipment plan on the public meeting.
I brought those just to your attention for a couple of reasons, and those are not required. The state will take that information. We've always sent that information. The 5-year equipment plan is new. We just did that. The reason I put that in there, I wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of some of the issues with the equipment. I wanted you to make sure that the highway department was being somewhat conscious of the fact that in certain years the equipment budget's going to be quite a bit higher there, and you'll note that in that equipment budget for 26, because our graders come due, the warranty runs out. We're purposely trying to keep our 26-year light on projects to offset the cost of equipment. I just wanted to make sure you guys were aware that the highway department was being mindful of those ideas. So, but no, we do not have to send that to the state. This is for your information upfront. And again, the first 2 years, 24 and 25, you've already seen, they're probably going to be a little more accurate dollar amount wise. You know, how it goes further down the years, it's a little harder to estimate costs. But as they come close, as the years come closer, those numbers will adjust. And none of this 5-year plan is set in stone. It's what it is. It's a 5-year plan. The state wants to see that we have an idea what we're going to be doing for bridges and so. 24, asphalt mill overlay Nemo Road, the continuance of our project that's already in place. Asphalt mill overlay the Crook City for 1 mile outside of Whitewood city limits. Asphalt mill and overlay West Oliver in Mineral Place, 1 mile. Asphalt and mill overlay Winterville Drive for 1/4 of a mile. Chip and fog seal 4 1/4 miles of North Rochford, which is a previous project, a preservation project for a job that we've already paid. Route and crack seal, 1/2 mile of Hannah Road. That would be the east end of Hannah that we paved. Route and crack seal, 1.27 miles of Maitland Road. Route and crack seal, 1.79 miles of North Rochford Road. Route and crack seal, 10.28 miles of West 14. Those are all getting ahead of the chip seal projects for the existing roads for preservation. The striping of the 85 miles of pavement, replacement and repairs of culverts and small bridges. The re-gravel, 20.5 miles of gravel roads, which we've currently cut back from our 24 and 25 miles to our 20-mile range. The mag chloride of 121.5 miles road. And then our bridges would be to build the bridge at the Wheeler Lumber on the Whitewood Service Road, the 40% grant that we've already received. And then also in 24, we're going to apply again for the grant for 2 bridges on Nemo, and also we're going to apply for the preliminary engineering grant for the Maitland Road Bridge and the bridge at Exit 2 at West Highway 14. I have not got those bridge reports back. They're done, but I haven't received them yet. But it looks like those will be the 2 bridges that are going to be needing some attention. We'll know more by the end of the month when you guys get. I believe you're going to be getting a bridge report from Bros. Okay. So moving on to 25, asphalt mill.
John, before you move on, is the 2 million the 40%, or do we just pay 40% of the 2 million?
No, that's our 40%. That's the one that we had to make up the difference. It was 40% of the grant, and then when the bid came in, it came over. So that's our amount.
So the budget would actually show a larger number.
This is, I think.
This is what we budgeted. When I did your preliminary budget, this is the exact. 24 and 25 are exactly as you see.
Okay, thank you.
25 is an asphalt mill, the next section of the Nemo Road. And then we're moving on to the chip seals of what the previous year would have been routed and crack sealed, and that will be chip seal 10.28 miles of West 14, chip seal 1.79 miles of North Rochford, chip seal 1/2 mile of Hannah Road, chip and fog seal 1.27 miles of the Maitland Road, which would be the newest section of Maitland that we paved a few years. Route and crack seal, a mile of Brookview Road, route and crack seal 1.4 miles of Hillsview Road, route and crack seal 0.57 miles of Oliver Street, route and crack seal 1.04 miles of Westview, route and crack seal 4.46 miles of Whitewood Service, and route and crack seal 4.2 miles of Whitewood Valley. Again, replacement of culverts and bridges, the regraveling of 20 miles, the chloriding of 121 miles, striping of 85 miles, and then the building of the bridge, provided that the grants fall in place. It would be the Elmore Bridge, and then the building of the Whitewood Service Road Bridge, which is the bridge 1 mile west or east of the city of Whitewood.
It's one by Wheeler Lumber.
That's no, the next one. It's a mile,
Further west.
mile down.
Further east. Okay.
The one that we just did the temporary easements for. And then again, we don't know for sure if those grants will come in at that time or not. They could be pushed back. We just 26, asphalt mill, Nemo Road, the next section. The chip seal of the Brookview Road, the chip and fog seal of Hillsview Road, chip and fog seal of 0.57 miles of Oliver Street, chip and fog seal 1.04 miles of Westview Drive, chip and fog seal 4.46 miles of Whitewood Service Road, chip and fog seal 4.2 miles of Whitewood Valley. Route and crack seal 3.88 miles of Nemo. That would be the section we just paved. That would be its time to be routed and crack sealed if there was any problems, so that it would be ready for a chip seal. Re-gravel 20.5 miles of gravel roads, the chloriding of 121 miles gravel roads, striping of the 85 miles of pavements, and replacement and repairs of culverts and bridges, and then build the new bridge on Christensen Drive. We believe that by 26 that we did get the grant for that. We think it'll be ready by then it should be bid in construction. And that's up to 26. And like I said, again, these dollar amounts, now that we're getting later into the 5 years, are just going to be a little harder to predict. But at least it does show that we got them on our plans for the state. They can see where we are with this, and they can see that we're doing the preservation on all of our asphalts that we're doing, the new asphalts. This is our proof that we are keeping up with our maintenance and preservation. So the year of 2027, there's a proposal of paving 1.4 miles of Hill Street and North 10. Now, these are gravel roads being turned to pavement, and they're just purely on here for your guys' consideration.
And is this the part of Hill Street that we're working on jurisdiction of the city?
It would be the next section. It would be where wherever they annex and stop. The conversation with the city is what, the 750 feet they're taking over, and then they would be from there. If we could pave, they're going to pave up there, and then we pave this.
So you're anticipate this 1.44 miles is in anticipation of what they will take over, and then that would be the
it would be 1.44 miles would be what's left.
Of what's left
after they take over their section, and that's that's Hill Street and North 10 together.
Yep.
Again, this is just for your guys' consideration.
Sure. Yep.
Doesn't have to be acted upon. This doesn't lock us into anything. This 5-year plan is completely skeptical, I guess, at this point. Okay, that road has a 514 average daily traffic count. We measured that this last year. So this traffic count it's beyond the threshold. We have several roads that are beyond the threshold. Just for progress and that area, everything around Spearfish, the expansion of the town and the increase of traffic and things like that. If we're going to be paving roads, these are the areas. So again, this is for your consideration. Then the second item on 27 would be to mill and overlay again the Nemo Road from the Hay Creek to 385. That would be our last section of the Nemo Road to be paved in our 5-year Chip and fog seal the first section of the Nemo Road that we've already paved this year. Route and crack seal 6.1 miles of Brook City Road. Route and crack seal 3.63 miles of Nemo Road. Route and crack seal 1.25 miles of West Oliver, Mineral Place, and Winterville. Re-gravel 20.5 miles of gravel roads, chloride 121 miles of roads, striping of 85 miles of pavement, replacements of bridge and culverts, and build, if grants awarded, the 2 bridges on the Nemo Road. That'd be the other, down by the job corps. Moving to 28, again for consideration, would be the pavement of 1.6 miles of McWigan Road to finish out the pavement, the rest of the way up the hill. Again, the average daily traffic count on McWigan between Oliver Street and Hillsview.
Oliver Street and Hill.
Oliver Street,
Upper Denton.
South.
South.
Actually, to the north is the only place the state measured that. We haven't ever done an ADT on that, but it is 1,655 between Hillsview and Oliver.
Yeah, well, we don't have near that traffic going south.
No. The only thing that I can find on anything that the state, we've never done a traffic study on there. I have it ordered. We're going to do it yet this year. But we are at 310 is what the state has, but they don't have it on their official count. I don't know how they got that number. I think they're subtracting numbers that are going either on Oliver.
Going to the mill or not.
That's right. So
which would be about,
I don't have an exact
which would be about 160.
Only, is a lot of traffic. Yeah, it would be going either direction, east or west. But again, for your consideration would be the pavement, that section of McWigan. These are also areas where we have ongoing issues with paving or with grading and keeping the washboards in check, even though we chloride it. Those are areas that we generally, McWigan, we chloride that twice, because of the traffic. So, and then our asphalt mill, 1 mile of Upper Valley and asphalt and mill and asphalt, 1 mile of West Highway. That would be from the intersection of from the interstate, I guess, west to that
East
section.
Valley corner west.
Correct.
The KOA west.
Chip seal and fog seal 6.1 miles of Crook City Road. Chip and fog seal 3.63 miles of the Nemo Road. Chip and fog seal 1.25 miles of West Oliver, Mineral Place, and Winterville. Route and crack seal 3.63 miles of Nemo. Route and crack seal 4.58 miles of St. Ange. Re-gravel the 20.5 miles of gravel roads. The chloride 121.5 miles. Striping of 85 miles of pavement. Replacement of bridge and culverts and small bridges, and build new bridge on Maitland pending grant, and build new bridge on West Highway 14 pending grant. So, and again, all of these numbers and in the plan, we're in the last 2 years, all speculation, nothing wrote in stone. So any direction before this gets sent in, you can certainly give me. We got time to change anything before it's sent into the state. I think it gets sent in on September, I think it's 15th, I'm sorry, October the 15th. We have another meeting before. And then there's the 9 years of gravel. You don't need to go through all that if you don't want to. The gravel it's kind of a living thing anyway. It gets adjusted pretty regularly. In fact, some of these still have the 24 miles on there. There's no intent for that to be that way. That's just how they are laid out in our computer. So.
Okay. It's not a public hearing, but is there anyone in the body of the audience that would like to speak towards the plan? We'll give you this opportunity. If not, thank you, John. Bruce?
And John, did you want me to put this on the agenda for the next meeting for any follow-up discussion then?
We can put that on the agenda if there's any direction that the commission would like to provide before we send this in.
Commissioner Diver.
I really like that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, that you have your 5-year capital improvement plan. The equipment plan.
Yeah, and like I said, I put that on there because I wanted you guys to be aware that you can see in 26, you know, we have a large outlay. We've done this in the past where we've always purchased all of our graders at one time. You know, if we did those one at a time, that's all we would ever buy, so graders. We'd never get a chance to buy.
It's worked out real well. I mean,
It has. And we do have the option, and I've been working on this recently too on this. We can, I'm waiting to get some more quotes, but we can up to a 9-year warranty, and we could actually move this a little bit. Instead of every 7 years, we could do it every 9 years. That might take a little.
Well, we looked at last time the lease option, and it penciled about the same. We just didn't get trade-in. And I think we need to look at that in the future because I see what we're spending on maintenance and parts. If it was all inclusive, it might be cheaper.
For the most part, our maintenance, as far as parts, it is a bumper to bumper 7 years. The only time we have to pay anything is if we just had to pay something for a wire harness to a camera because a mouse ate through the wires.
You're rotating those blades around. Some areas get used more than others. Are you changing those out?
We used to have a real issue with blades that were being used more in one area and not the other. Now we've eliminated that. We use our graders, we keep our hours very consistent.
okay, any further questions for John? We've got, the next one is a public hearing, correct, Brenda?
Yes.
So we're gonna have to stay on schedule here.
Nobody had any complaints?
All right, guys, we're,
Too bad we can't do the 10:45. I'm gonna walk out and get something out of the truck. She's gonna trade it.
I'm down here. I heard.
Most of the
Well-
budget's
I
not
heard
done.
you were ahead.
10:45 we could do.
Yeah, I could do everything on the 10:45.
These guys would
Brett's
have
already
to-
here.
And they wouldn't have to sit here forever.
can you get it done, Amber, before 9:30?
Oh, yeah.
All right,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really not this difficult.
That P and Z.
okay, just a minute.
This is a low chair.
Low
The
rider.
Tetro one's in there and they were gonna be here.
Yeah, but
Deal
we
with
can
the
do
other
this,
ones.
do the lunch.
Yeah, because he's here.
Okay,
Bruce, where's your drive at?
so we're gonna work on the preliminary plat for Dennis and Dorothy Winslow? Yeah. Okay,
This one is, you guys looked at this plat last, guess not one, couple weeks ago,
Twice.
right? Somewhere here. I'm on there. That's where I'm at. So what it is do it that way. You guys had looked at the plat and you had some concern with them trying to vacate a portion of the road on the plat. So we talked to the surveyor and talked to Winslow's, and they opted just to leave it alone. So they're just gonna leave it in place for now, and then if they decide to vacate it, they'll go back and go through the proper vacation process. So they took the note off the plat that was on there, and they're just showing it where it's actually sitting.
So is this the one with the section line that went through it?
nope.
No.
Okay.
No,
Commissioner
no,
Lambert?
that was a different one.
Well, the issue we had with the preliminary plat is it showed that part of the public right of way would be vacated. And that's actually, the point is they planned to vacate it, and that's what the preliminary plat is about. The final plat didn't show that. So they were informing us that that was their long-term plan, which is what the preliminary plat would do. And they would have to go through the right process. So either way, I'm good with it.
Yeah, so they just took it out. They just show on here that it was dedicated in a document from 2019. So they're just gonna leave it on there.
Motion to approve preliminary plat, lots A, B, C, D, and F, and green space, tract W, Springwell Estates.
Second.
And this'll just, oh, sorry.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
And keep in mind, this just renews. So this is one you guys
Yes,
had
you know,
approved, but it expired, so now they're back on the docket for who knows what they're doing. So you're good on this one. You guys shouldn't have to do anything else until you're ready to deal with final.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks, folks.
We do the Bruce Dingerman?
They may not check it.
We could give you the update on the DOT master transportation plan.
Kind of got into that.
Did you? Okay, so you don't have anything to add?
This, this, I love this.
What's the Dingerman one interpretation of residential height?
It's like,
That
this is
one,
the peak of the roof.
Did you get pictures of that?
That's architectural standards, not necessarily our interpretation of the ordinance. So again, that's the peak. If you got a house with a peak, that's what you make it. Yeah, so not the roof line of the highest.
I guess it's up to you
You
guys.
do this,
I don't mind
it's in
doing
here
the other
too.
two. I can just call them and tell them not to.
Here, should be up here. Yeah. That would be my interpretation. This is the highest. Did
Petro and
you see the design of that? That's one of the biggest.
Well,
and that's an hour and a half. They probably won't get up here till at least 10. That's you guys. It's all stuff in here.
Is Bruce Dingman going to be here?
Again, it doesn't really matter if he's not going to be here. The architect might. but
Steve?
I can call him. No, it won't be Steve. It's one of his workers. Yeah.
well, I don't know what the board's wishes are gonna be on the Petro one. I have my own opinions. I would certainly like them to have the opportunity to speak if they felt it was necessary.
Mr. Chairman, should we do the Dingman?
Let's do that.
Okay, so this one is just, the Williams and Associates had come in and started talking about this one. And they are asking, I guess, for an interpretation. We've never had this come up before because we've never had a building
Because
in
nobody
that
builds a house
35
35
feet.
feet tall.
But when you look at this one, it does make sense with what they're trying to do. So then we reached out to Spearfish and Rapid and other places just to see what they do. And they do use the IBC code definitions as part of that process. And they use it's not like strictly, okay, the ground level's here, your 35 feet is to the middle of the peak. That's not how most people do it. We've just never actually looked at it before. So I think,
Do we?
no, there's no definition for it. So ultimately then we looked at, well, what do how are they determining what that is? And so the way he explained it is how the other communities are doing it. So they're asking us to be able to look at the same thing. And the layout of it, they're going this route instead of trying to deal with the variance. This is on Victoria Lane. So it's a lot. The rocks are all behind it. It goes straight up the hillside and they're trying to build right in there. And it's tiered. So the different tiering of it kind of helps. I think it helps,
Spearfish Canyon.
fits it in their Spearfish Canyon and Victoria Lane, right? Kind of right up from it. These are just some pictures. Yeah, it is.
No,
That's close.
it's
Cool.
that's Cleopatra.
Cleopatra's.
This one is
Victoria.
closer up toward Lot Stream.
Oh,
So you can kind of see they put some photos in here of showing what the terrain looks like.
can you spin it?
And I don't know how to. You have to
Sorry, you have
download
to
it,
download
I think,
it to
to get
spin
it to work.
Oh, well.
See, it'll just take a minute, maybe.
So is the idea, Amber, that it's not sitting on top of something?
No, it's on the edge of the road, and they're just looking at excavation. And then the way it's tiered,
It's down.
there we go. Now I should be able to turn it. Okay.
I'm getting seasick.
So here's their drawing, kind of trying to fit it in there. Here's your terrain back behind it. They're trying to fit it right in here. And it's basically this peak that ends up being over. The rest of these are fine. This is garage. This is the house. Yeah, this is the garage right here. So
The bank.
yeah,
Yeah.
The garage
the
is on the other
garage
side.
is here. The
Garage
garage
is on
is
the-
here.
2 garages?
Yep, it goes on both
Four.
sides. And then this is like your kitchen / living room, and then your bedrooms are up in the top And so instead of going out this way, they're trying to go up with it so that they don't have as much footprint on the terrain because the terrain is so weird. And I just didn't know, most people don't include from the garage because like if it's a basement, it wouldn't be included in their 35 feet. But in this case, it's garage, not basement.
And this is on slab on grade or crawl space?
No, this will be, they're gonna try to do it all on the terrain
Slab
that's
on grade.
there. Yeah, is their goal if they can do this. So I just needed some interpretation because we didn't have anything that says, hey, this is how you figure height. We've never dealt with it before. Then we refer back to the IDC code,
We've adopted, right?
which we have
Go
adopted.
back to that slide.
This one here. So you can see how the grade kind of starts to.
So if we use the IBC code, they're in violation?
No,
They're okay.
we've just never interpreted it to utilize the way that they're figuring it. Because I don't have a definition for it.
Okay.
So I just, before we use something new, I usually try to run it past you guys just so, because this is what people are going to expect as we move forward. They're going to want to be able to utilize this. And honestly, I don't think we're going to run
So
into
this
it
is
that
more of
much.
an
But
informational item for us.
no, you guys need to tell me it's okay to do it this way.
And this is the, and the surrounding communities are using the IBC.
Rapid City and Spearfish have both utilized it for height specifically.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Diver.
Would you go to that slide? No, the one
Which
you
one,
just
the
had.
other one?
The one which shows the height down.
I know, I gotta
Okay.
turn it back
Okay.
around so you can see it.
All right. So if this was my house, that new grade on the back would be considered a walkout basement. Okay. And if we went from that elevation, we wouldn't have an issue. Okay. And then secondly, are they under the jurisdiction of the architectural committee from the Canyon homeowners? They're outside that.
Yep.
Do they have a height restriction throughout the canyon? Just curious.
They utilize ours.
I'm guessing you can't see this site from the main road. And you'd have to get
No,
off
you'd
of-
have to go down
from
Victoria Lane to get to be able to see it.
Have you reviewed to see what their offset is from the road right away?
Yeah, it's not a road, it's an easement. So there is no setback from a private easement.
Okay. So Victoria Lane is not considered a road.
Correct. It's like a
There's a handful.
40-foot.
It says existing
easement.
access.
Paul, did you have something, Dan?
Well, when we were working with Spearfish, one of the reasons for the height restriction was also
The ladder truck could do it there.
not just visual, but fire reaching that far up.
They now have that ability, correct?
Well,
Probably not there.
you just not have to do it with ladders if you're Spearfish Canyon and to get a fire truck with a ladder truck up there.
Probably can't even get across the bridge.
Okay.
So
What's your pleasure?
one other question. So really, we're just talking about the roof joists and the support beam.
It's this little.
So we're really not even
It's right
talking
here.
about the upper level.
Well, again, look where they're calculating the grade from, middle of the basement level.
Mm-hmm. Right. If that shifted down, we'd have that upper floor in there, but if we shifted it up to the new grade on the back, just a walkout, we'd be moving to that question.
But you can't.
So that's why they're doing the
So
average.
that's why they use the IBC because there's a calculation that they use it.
They
this
split
way.
that walkout.
They split the walkout. They do an average. So I mean, we have a calculation that we have adopted. It's just very different than what, we just have never seen it. So
My question is this. What is the reason for the height restriction? Is it fire? If it's fire, if it's health and safety, if that's actually a health and safety issue, we can't accept this. If it's something else,
what I've been able to find, the height restriction was put in place because of the airport.
Okay.
That's what I've been able.
Sure.
Because it was around the airport, they wanted to make sure that.
and you
You
see
know,
height
there was no
restrictions
issues
all
with
over,
the
and I just don't know what the reason
that
exactly
was the
is, other than
only
to prevent a
thing I
giant
had.
monstrosity sitting right alongside the highway or alongside the road. So if it's not specifically a concern of firefighting, I can accept this. If it is, they need to sign something that says, we realize that certain fire equipment will not be able to, may not be able to properly address any issues with our home should it catch on fire.
And I can't answer that.
I mean, you
'cause
see what I'm
there's-
saying?
All it
Because
says
I mean,
is,
that's at the end of the day, that's the only thing that makes sense to me is if it's a health and safety thing, we say no. If it's something else, then I don't see.
Well, I don't think the airport is the reason because you have to permit those from the FAA and they restrict the heights and their conical surfaces. So, but I think it's partially aesthetic, partially safety that's in the ordinance. But if this is the IBC interpretation and everybody else is using it, I have a hard time deviating from that until we address it in our ordinance because it's the standard. And it's the IBC, not the architectural standards. And we've adopted the IBC. So if you put all that together in our vagueness of our ordinance, gives us a interesting perspective that maybe we should approve it just because we don't have any.
And I
regulations.
can accept that. If it said something in our ordinance, this height is for health and
yeah, all it
safety.
says is height regulation 35 feet.
Sure.
And that's it. And there's no definition for it. There's nothing for me to reference. So then that's why we came back to, well, if it's in the code,
And we adopted the IBC code after we had the 35 feet.
correct,
ordinance.
yes.
That's the
Yes.
difference. We didn't have the IBC code originally.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
It seems to me that height restriction even goes back as far as your original zoning ordinance, as I
Yeah,
remember it.
it's the
So I-
70s. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I don't know what the rationale could have been at that point.
And that's my point. Since the IBC was adopted later, I think it's appropriate. Not that I like it.
So do we need a formal motion? Do we want?
I would like to just be able to, maybe something that you guys are okay with me utilizing the IBC to figure the calculator.
I would make the motion to have the planning director accept the IBC code for this application.
Okay, that's fine.
For just this application.
Because I think sometimes there might be situations that I wouldn't be comfortable, but this one I'm fine.
I'll second it. Further discussion.
Just in general, I don't like the concept of doing it for just this project, is because future contractors and architects don't have something to rely on that they can look ahead.
The reason I did it specifically for this one is so we get time to clean up the ordinance.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right, we got a public hearing. 9:30. Resolution 2023-16. Resolution setting the 2024 county budget.
This is the provisional budget they published in the newspaper,
Yep,
Brenda?
this is, I had this published in the paper last Saturday. And then the public hearing notice was published also last Saturday and this Saturday. And now it's time for you to, if there's any public comment as far as the budget. Otherwise, you can close the public hearing and then open it for discussion amongst yourselves.
Mr. Chairman.
Bruce?
Brenda, is it your request that they not necessarily take action today and wait till the 26th meeting to allow you to do some further work or verify your
Yeah,
calculations?
just, one more review, never hurts.
Did you update our binders?
I
Yeah.
did not.
Okay, so you will after.
I usually don't because it takes a lot of paper.
Is it in?
It's in the drive.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
everything
Thank
is in the drive as to what's been presented on this.
It's like
Yes,
6 pages.
Yeah.
It's on the website too.
and all of the whole binder is on
Okay,
there.
thank you.
Yep,
Because every sheet gets updated.
yes, that's correct.
Public hearing.
Okay, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone in the body of the audience that would like to speak for or against or offer their thoughts on the budget, this is the time and place. We would ask that you would stand up, state your name and address for the record, and go from there. Do we have anyone?
Let's see right now. Do I have any-
Okay. One more time. Anyone have any comments? Steve, we will close the public hearing. Off to the board. Commissioner Divers.
Well, I'd just like to point out that recently there's been some information requests from the auditor on the budget. And I just want to reiterate that we have a budget workshop. It's in our normal commission meeting. It's a public meeting where we go through every line item, entire budget, every item. And I didn't see anybody here participating in that. It's really a labor stress to have these information requests after the fact when we've already had these public meetings and went through everything. So I encourage the public to attend those meetings if they want to engage. And so we don't duplicate our labor efforts in our departments.
Okay. Any other comments? If not, we're gonna continue till the 26th.
If you had any changes that you were thinking of, you probably would want to make those known now so that Brenda can make the adjustments for the final budget.
Okay.
If there were any.
I can't make any motions here, gentlemen.
I would move to add 2 items to the budget, which would be a one-time bonus to our treasurer and our auditor for $7,500 each.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second on that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Yeah, I see that.
If you wanna.
I think we have the opportunity to do so, Amber. I don't.
Okay.
Let me look here.
So, Mr. Chairman, do we need a motion to continue this?
It automatically gets scheduled, right? September 26, 2023, it says at 8 a.m.
Yes.
Do you need a
Or
motion to that
scorecard.
effect?
No,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
We can probably take care of the April one and before our next public hearing. Thanks for showing up early, guys. We're kind of running a little bit ahead of schedule for James.
Probably do that. Appoint the representative.
Yeah, well, let's check.
Yep. I was invited. But the official representative, I was invited to be on.
You're gonna lead the charge on this, Amber?
Yeah.
I wasn't able to make them.
So we'll go ahead and start what Bruce is getting that up, but basically, how this works is we received an application from Mike and Tatro on a building permit where their current house sits on a 40-acre parcel off of Tatro Road, St. Ange area. And basically how the process works is I have to officially deny the building permit because we can't issue a house for more than one residence on the existing parcel because there's already a house there. So we've done that process, which automatically kicks them in to either appealing my decision to you guys and or I was able to go back and look because we had a situation like this with the Kissick family did something similar. I don't know, it's been a while, but she's never actually applied for the temporary use permit, but I was able to find in the minutes that you guys gave her permission to do it. She just hasn't done it yet. Where they want to leave the home there, which is a mobile home, same in this scenario, until such time that the new stick-built structure is built so that they can pull the mobile home off. But we were trying to figure out a way to do it because it doesn't fit under our temporary second residence, like they're not a ranch hand or anything like that. It's just a totally separate structure. So with that, I utilized what you did approve in the Kissick one to this scenario. So then Monique went ahead and applied for the temporary use permit. And we have that application already. She applied for it and they have already provided their building site as well as like their trust plans and all of their stuff. So we have all the information. But again, I'm not able to issue that. You guys have to say it's okay or not. And then with that, we usually do a 6-month is what we've done on the other two, is that they have 6 months from the time an occupancy permit is issued on the new structure to be able to then get the old one gone. And what I think the 6 month, we need to stay consistent with that because one, it gives us a timeline of, okay, 6 months we check in, where are you guys at? How, how's it going? What's going And then you guys would be able to extend that 6 months, which we have done before, where you just said, okay, well, we're in the middle of the winter, it doesn't work, or whatever it is, timing wise.
I'm a little reluctant on the 6 month. I think it should be more in lieu of people, from what we've heard in the past, of construction materials, different things, people struggling to get these items to finish.
You can get a house built in 6 months.
Yeah, I think 6 months is too short myself. Even though you just stated we have the opportunity to extend it, I would be more comfortable with a longer period of time.
And I'm just looking at consistency of.
Commissioner Jennings?
So I'm a little confused. So are we talking about two different things here? There's certificate, the occupancy,
On the new structure, we have to issue a certificate of occupancy,
and then,
so
so what you're saying, then they have 6 months to get the.
they have
the-
6 months from their
manufactured home out of the
issuance
way.
of their certificate of occupancy, is what we've done in the
Right.
past.
So the house is done.
Until the house is, so once they can move into the new one, they would have 6 months to remove
Right.
the old one.
So that's
That's
not
not-
anything to do with
And that's
construction.
what we've
No,
done.
what I'm addressing is
Right.
the actual construction time.
And she's not counting.
I'm not,
There's no time
we
on
go
that.
from certificate of occupancy. So when they're done with their new house, they're gonna get a certificate from us saying, hey, you're good to go, you can move in the new one.
Then they have 6 months.
They have 6 months from that point forward
To remove
it.
the mobile home.
To remove the old one, yes.
Okay, but that we don't have any restrictions on to try to get the new home up and done?
Nope.
Okay,
No, they just have to get a building permit within 120 days of starting
Okay.
construction, which they've already.
all right. Commissioner Diver.
So, it's a hypothetical question. If they don't remove it, what's our recourse?
That's your guys' decision. I would say you don't have one, which is why I don't like to issue them.
So-
Go see a judge. Like,
You could probably
I think
figure out a
have
way
one,
to
have
go
it
around
removed.
it.
So if,
There's a penalty
If-
provision, I think, in
if-
the ordinance.
if-
and
okay.
ultimately,
so we don't want to do something where we give the occupancy permit once the mobile home is removed. In other words, you
That's up
can't
to you
move in
guys.
without the occupancy permit, right?
Yeah, they can't move,
And
so
they can't close on the financing without the occupancy permit. So
Correct.
it's a chicken and an egg.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
as a reminder, we had an issue, several issues. One that comes to mind is where some younger folks are waiting for mom and dad to move out. That hadn't happened, so you allow them to build a house. Thinking that the idea was that the existing mobile home was going to go away. Well, that things went upside down. That took years for that to happen. And by that time, the trees had grown up, and so you couldn't even pull the mobile home out. And so I think ultimately it got turned into a storage shed or something
actually, no,
like
they
that.
ended up cutting it out.
Okay.
It took us about 3.5 years, but they ended up cutting it out in pieces so they could get it out.
But that,
Van up here.
so that's what we're mindful of, is that we have had struggles with these.
Well, I would make a motion
We have
to,
a public hearing.
No, it's not public hearing.
No.
Oh,
No.
read the wrong one, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're
No, it's
sorry.
just you guys
We're
making an
running a little
interpretation.
late on the public hearing.
I would make a motion to approve the temporary use permit as submitted.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Commissioner Jennings.
I guess I need clarification.
Yeah, so I'm just looking forward. I'm not looking at this project, but other projects and maintaining some consistency. I would like to have some assurances that once we start the new structure, that it's going to be continue to get worked on and not drag out. And so I have no problem with 6 month reviews to come in explaining either that they are done or why they are not done.
That's what I need clarification of, because usually you guys would make a motion that gives them, so I have a timeline. Is it 6 months? Is it a year? I don't care. You just need a timeline.
So does a building permit have a date?
No.
It doesn't have a date
There's
that
no
has to be built?
expiration on the building.
That's interesting. I thought we had those. Most people do.
That's why I would have be reluctant to put any type of stipulation on there if we're not treating it the same.
I would amend my motion to include a 24-month construction time and that the 6 months removal from the mobile home from the issuance of the occupancy permit and the waiver of the $250 application fee.
I'll amend my second. I think I seconded that.
Further discussion?
2 years.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval, along with the conditions stated. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
They can always come.
Just a
Thank you, guys.
footnote, they can come and extend that 24 months if
Oh,
something
yeah.
comes up for supply chain.
So then what we'll do, because they waived the 250, so then we'll just apply the building permit part, so you'll just pay the regular building permit fees. And it'll take, we can probably finish it tomorrow, probably not today, but she should be able to look at it. I think you guys had everything in, because you got the new trust plans to it, so. Should be ready to go. I don't know, are you gonna start within 120 days, though, do you know now, or are you ready?
I'm pretty
to go?
sure we want it. I'll double check.
Yeah, you just have to make sure you start within 120.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Thank you
Okay.
for taking the time and coming up.
Yeah, appreciate you guys making time to see us today.
Okay. We are at 9:45, public hearing. Resolution 2023-18, petition to vacate a portion of the section line. Amber, do you want to lead us off on this?
Nope.
You
I
don't?
don't have anything to do with these. I'm gonna let Brenda do it.
All right, Brenda.
All right, this is a petition to vacate a portion of a section 9 out on Yellow Creek Road. The map is attached, and I do not see Nathan here, but the map is attached. He is vacating this portion of the section 9, which is from a portion that's already been vacated. So he's just asking to do that at this point.
Originally, I think you might recall, I think they were gonna vacate that north-south Dolphin Road as well. We had concerns about access up to the north and whether or not we cut off access, so they removed that and continued on with, they did separate petitions, so it's a single subject vote.
Okay.
So this is the time and the place that discuss that.
Okay, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone in the body of the audience that would like to speak for or against this, this is the time and place. You stand up, state your name and address for the record. Do we have anyone in the body of the audience? I'm seeing heads shaking no. One more time, one more opportunity. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. It's up to the board now. Commissioner Dybert.
Question for either the auditor or legal counsel. Did the owners of track 1 and track 72A both sign the petition?
No, they did not, but they're aware of it. Are you talking about these folks right here?
Well, we have four tracks that are part of this. Track 1, track 72A, Comstock 1598, and track 1 of the Last Chance, MS 1775. All four of those are affected by this. Don't they have to sign the petition? That's according to the map.
They did not sign it. Nathan is the only one that signed the petition. Because of the, it goes through his part, through his tract only.
Not according to this map.
You can see it crosses the Comstock.
And it crosses the track 72A.
Well, it may or may not. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, there's two lines there, so it's hard to tell. But
Because that's that road, that's Dolphin Road. And he's just,
the
butting it up.
Comstock's the one that really worries me.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Theirs is already vacated.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. It was previously vacated.
No,
2020.
folks, here's the MS
Unless the
line.
exhibit is incorrect.
Here's the MS line right here. So this portion is on the Comstock from the map I'm seeing. Yeah. Right there.
And that line is in the middle, is what he's saying.
The graphic shows it that way.
Right, yeah.
So that's the piece I'm concerned about.
Otherwise, technically, there'd still be a little sliver
That
of
wouldn't be
property
vacated.
that's on the other one that's not.
And in the legal, it says across track 72A, tract 1 of 1888, which is the one he owns. Lot 5, let's see, and the Comstock MS 1598. So I'm a little concerned that we have the proper signatures.
It is a time and place set for a public hearing, and maybe we need to continue it until the next meeting.
Well, I already closed.
Or did you, I'm sorry.
Close the public hearing.
We can go further discussion, but
I'm ready. What part are you looking at? Just this one here.
Right there that I circled, Bruce. Am I missing something, Brandon?
No, you're seeing the same things I am. Or at least I'm seeing what you're
We
looking
just
at.
don't have enough clarity.
No, it might just be the map drawing that we have.
And it's included in the legal too.
So they're vacating that they should have signed the petition along with that. And I know that he talked to these people and they were okay with it, but I also understand what you're saying.
Question for legal counsel, don't all the parties that are giving up on this have to sign the petition?
I think the statute, yeah,
So we have 50%. If there's
So
two
we need to
people,
continue it.
continue it, yeah, I think.
you
We
can
need a
have
motion to continue.
Yes.
removed.
Like, the motion is second. Thursday or the next meeting on the 26th to get clarification and possible signature. Okay, one more item I want to take care of here before our 10 o'clock appointment.
We need to vote on that
Oh.
continuance.
Yes, we do. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. I did. All right, I want to take care of one last item on the 1045 spot so that we have that cleared up. And that's to appoint a representative of the Spearfish Comp Plan group.
So it looked like from what we can tell, I think you and Richard were in the loop on those emails, but nobody's been in attendance. So at the last meeting,
Richard was the last one.
No. Yeah, this is Spearfish Company.
Spearfish
Oh,
Comp Plan,
okay.
he was
Not
not.
the
No,
road,
he was
right.
not. So Marlo had just requested because I think Richard had talked to her at a different meeting saying why was no one present. She said, well, nobody got appointed.
Move to appoint Commissioner Flanagan to the comp plan, review Spearfish comp plan.
And I was.
Work study.
He sent me an email request. Time wise, I'm not sure. I'm interested and I will try. I know I missed the meeting on Thursday.
The one thing that's been nice, Brandon, because I attended,
Showed up.
we had a meeting, I just did it by Zoom, you could hear it worked really well.
Good.
So I did do that on Thursday.
We have a second.
And it worked.
Do we have a second?
I haven't heard one.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to appoint Commissioner Flanagan. Further discussion, Commissioner Nybert?
Well, I would suggest that Commissioner Flanagan would have the ability to have an alternate if he could not make it. Just call one of us.
Okay.
That way we're engaged. Is that a proper?
Yep.
Okay.
So I'll
Agreed.
just let Marlo.
All right, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We're gonna take a 5-minute break here before we start the next hearing.
I will email Marlo and she'll put you in the loop on because it's not Marlo that's sending them out, it's somebody else.
I saw that.
And I don't remember the gal's, I just totally blanked the gal's name. I think it's the consultant that they hired to do it is who I was getting the messages from.
It's possible that that section on vacation is correct, but you can't tell from the exhibit. Just looking at what, kind of looking at that image.
How are you, Eric? Yeah. They're on the table.
Yeah.
Good.
Is it?
It's a real lip burner.
North Star.
You gonna-
This. Well, in order for it to, to be continuous, because this comes out on Yellow Creek here.
I'm just worried that this piece there is on this property.
Well, and I see what you're, because this here is this isn't even. This is,
Right.
because he wanted to make
But
it
I'm
as
sure we
well,
can
but.
discuss title to it.
So,
There's an easement that didn't take
for
place.
some reason, I mean, he signed it.
Cause I really am.
In March.
Whatever you guys decide.
He started working on this, we've been working on it for quite some time. Well, then he took it and had because he had originally had this on there too. He wants to vacate this, but we're not sure about somebody having access.
So we're vacating the section line there, not this easement.
Right.
It's still on this guy's feet property. Still
So you're just
underneath
saying that
that ownership is involved.
both of them, because Nathan owns, I believe, this down here too.
Since the other easement exists, it's not a big deal to that.
Yeah, I think the exhibit is crap. It's hard to figure out, read what's going on there.
I would say they're vacating it to there.
What's that?
Yeah, no,
I'd say they're
I got you.
vacating it.
Well, they're butting it up to the other
Yeah.
vacation, but maybe this vacation is already done on 22.
Maybe they did it all.
Not
the way
according
to
to the map.
Not according to the map. Maybe the map needs to be updated
So you
because
could look at this
this document there to see if it does what.
We're asking for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it now.
So I think the exhibit is good.
Yeah, that could be some.
I'll see if there's anybody else on the hall.
All right, we're all back. And this is time and place for board discussion and action on COP 484. The applicant is GF Development LLC North Star Construction for the rock quarry. And today we are going to have discussion on approval of the Hall Road Agreement and dust control plan. The public hearing was closed on this last meeting. We may or may not have any discussion with those in the audience, but we may. That's our discretion as a board. I think to start this off, we'll have John. John, would you mind coming up and kind of giving us an overview on what your research on the road and the bridges, and kind of tell us where we're at on that, please?
Well, as far as the.
And this is kind of includes the discussion on both of these pits, but okay.
Again, as far as the structures go, we ordered some inspections from those. They're supposed to be done. They gave me a time frame of between right now today and beginning of next week. So we have not heard any results. They haven't inspected them yet. I don't know. I can't say any more about the structures themselves other than they're scheduled to be inspected. So once we get those, I think that would maybe answer your to give some more information to your weight limits that you guys are wanting to or possibly implement. And if these gravel pits go forward as far as having a weight limit for the haul road itself, I think our structures are going to set that for us. I do know that it was brought up about speed limits. I'm not nuts about multiple speed limits on a road that isn't divided. Being a gravel road, I would rather, if we're going to implement a speed limit, I'm all for that. I think, safety wise, a speed limit would be a great idea, but I don't believe having a truck speed limit and a car speed limit together. I think that's just going to promote some unsafe activities. Okay? And a speed limit in general, I mean, that's not going to guarantee that it's not going to happen, but at least it's not going to. I would rather see a speed limit for everything, being that it's a gravel road and not a divided. As far as intersections, I know the intersection subject was brought up, you know, that the Home State Pro Pete deal, that intersection being a Y, it's a Y intersection, it's got three entrances, 3 exits. I don't believe that to be a safe intersection. So, to put some sort of a T and we can implement some traffic control there, even if it isn't, even if we don't redesign and rebuild the intersection, we could implement some traffic control. We could make it a three-way stop. I think that would go a long ways to making that intersection more safe. And I put in here, I brought up the fact that from the intersection at Red Hill and Home State, we could implement the same thing there, being that it's a cross intersection. Traffic goes east and west without stopping, but now we're going to probably increase our traffic to the north. So I think that some sort of traffic control right there would be pretty beneficial. Okay. And as far as implementing a tonnage, right now we're nickel per ton. I mean, I got to tell you, that's not the case much on this road. You know, a nickel a ton is, depending on the tonnage that these pits may produce. I won't even cover probably the chloride. I would give some thought to a little increase on the.
Okay, I do have a question for you. Let's say that the structure by the Larson Ranch right there, that small one, say it would fail. In your mind, do you think the county would have the ability to go in there and with our own equipment and remove that and just put a culvert in there?
Oh yeah, we can do that easy.
Because it's a very small structure.
It is very small. Speaking with bros about that, they can do what they call a mini hydraulic. The general rule of thumb is the square footage in and the square footage out. If you don't increase or decrease, you're not really in trouble.
I mean, that's a structure that even with a pickup, you've only got one axle on it at a time.
That's right.
I mean, it's very, very short.
But bros, after speaking with them, they do what they call a mini hydraulic, where they would come in and they can tell us what size the pipe has to be in place there for the length that we're wanting to, because the width needs to be increased. So they would give us the dimensions, and it's fairly inexpensive, and we could take that information and we could do it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Diver.
Well, so at talking about the CUP 484, which is GF development, 35,000 tons and a nickel is $1,750. That's how much revenue if they took the maximum out of there. And if they're 20-ton trucks, that's 1,750 trips a day, which is or 1,750 trips a year, which is 5 a day based on a 300-day calendar. So that's 10 because you double that. They come in empty and leave. So we have 10 plus setting up the crusher and stuff, which is mobilization traffic plus personnel. So the impact there is relatively small with that limit of mining of extraction of 35,000 tons.
What are we currently assessing the Edwards pit per ton for upkeep of the road? Is it 5 cents?
5 cents.
So I mean, if no matter what we do, we need to be consistent with all 3 pits on what we do here. You can't assess one 5 cents and another one more or less. You got to be consistent, correct?
No, I don't feel that way.
You don't?
No, I feel it's based on their haul length. The Edwards pit is the shortest haul length, and the Larson pit is the longest haul length. They're affecting more of our road. So you can have a slight linear scale, in my opinion.
Plus, we've had some inflationary costs since that.
Okay.
I would also like to, if I can, maybe Mr. Chairman, talk about the left-hand turn where we don't want trucks going into town taking a left-hand turn out of any of these pits. The dilemma is we have the Fisher Pit in Wyoming and other pits that can drive and break these haul road agreements. So have an identification on the vehicle and a weight ticket, what pit you're coming out of, because I'd hate to shut down any of the pits for traffic that's coming out of Wyoming or out of any of the paving companies, any of those trucks, because and I know that right now, the existing CUP allows no traffic going east out of the pit. It's not selective. Nobody has the privilege. But if I'm coming out of Wyoming and I'm driving in and out of there, I have no way of knowing which pit it come out of.
Commissioner Flanagan.
Have you been by that lately? It's set up like a superhighway that merges. It's to come into South Dakota is pretty tough with the gravel truck on the way that curve is set up right now, and has been for a number of years. But I'm not saying it can't. I'm just saying when you drive out there, it's designed specifically to go into the way that the traffic coming out of that is.
Okay, well,
but they could.
Yeah, the pit in Wyoming, when we wanted to put load limits on the road coming from exit 2 to the Wyoming line, objected because that's their haul route to get on the interstate, because they can't put those big trucks on the interstate in Wyoming.
You're talking about service road then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
So
talking
so I'm coming off the service road and I'm taking Old 14 because I need to haul into Wild Turkey Estates and or the other subdivision there, or over to Moeller, any of those areas. I come up or I turn on exit 2 and take the gravel over. Those trucks can be inside those subdivisions, driving by those houses from the Fisher Pit, and they get blamed on these pits. That's my point. They have no restriction around with the end ups. That's what I'm really thinking of.
It's a heartburn I have with where you're headed with this. And I see we have a couple individuals in the audience that come up to listen to the participation here. We've got people that run just straight trucks, dump trucks.
End ups.
And they've been coming out of Spearfish up on the east road there for many, many years. I will remind everyone again, Homestake Mining Company built that road for trucks to haul their products, their timber from Wyoming to the mill. And these individuals, and I see a couple right here, have utilized that road for a long time. And I don't want to put something in place here that's going to force those guys to go all the way out to 2 and around to get their product and then back. Plus, there's people living up there that have trucks. I'm one of them. That I would be unable to come in and out with a load of hay or whatever, which I've done for years. And there's others up there that live up there that take their truck back and forth every day. And I don't want a situation where these guys are trying to go home or come up to take care of their business and they get called in and we have to deal with that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I respect that, but our existing CUP allows them no haulage out of the Edwards Pit that goes east. That's their haul road agreement. That's in place. So if they're hauling gravel from the Edwards Pit, they're in violation of the CUP if they go east. That's the way that one's written. Okay. So if we're going to be fair and equal, like you talked earlier, then we either have to change that CUP or have these follow the same rules. And the idea is to have safety going east.
It is, but as all of you know, these trucks are utilizing the east route, have been forever. I don't have a problem with saying the tractor trailers, the doubles, that kind of stuff. Absolutely go to the west, but I'm not going to sit here in good conscience and impede the people in our community that have been utilizing that road forever. We have not had any complaints. We've had no accidents. The accidents we've had on that road were individuals with a pickup and a horse trailer. We've not had any truck accidents up there whatsoever. So I'm very reluctant to force everyone to go out to the east.
To the west.
To the west. Commissioner Flanagan.
Just to be clear, we're only talking about gravel trucks. They have nothing to do with whether it's cattle hauling or hay hauling
or
or
logs.
We're talking about stuff coming out of gravel pits. As far as I know, there's only been one gravel pit there in recent memory. So it hasn't been forever that they've been hauling gravel.
But we have straight trucks that haul gravel up and down that road all day long.
And where are they getting the gravel from?
I don't know.
Well,
It could be Wyoming, it could
Sure.
be the.
if it's from the Edwards pit, they're violating their CUP. If it's from Wyoming, we don't have any restriction on that. Or if they're coming out of, Centennial and coming up there, we have no restriction. Well, it's coming out of Evans.
Kirk Monroe brought me a load of gravel here 4 months ago. I'm down on Homestead at the bottom. He had to get to my house somehow, but he picked it up over here in Spearfield. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's only the Edwards pit that has that restriction, just to be clear.
I guess I am the chair and it's my discretion. I would like to ask an individual in the audience here, Kyle Briska, would you speak on behalf of what this would do to you if you had to
I mean,
go around?
it's added cost, I guess, to the person that I'm hauling gravel to. So we do. I mean, yeah, we come, we haul out of both pits or whatever. And I mean, most of the time it just depends on where we're going is how I go, I guess is the way it is. And so it definitely will add, more money to a load of gravel if you go clear around.
Okay, and then, thank you. And then we also have an individual sitting here that lives up there and goes back and forth daily with his truck. What do you?
If he's not hauling gravel, it doesn't matter.
Well, I don't think you can.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'm just trying to frame the issue here. So does this only apply if there are load limits put in place? Otherwise, you're talking about making people turn to go to the west, right? I'm just trying to make sure I'm tracking what the concern is.
May I, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Well, right now, in our CUP, on the Edwards pit, we have no eastbound traffic with gravel traffic, truck traffic. And so if he's hauling east and the public calls in with a complaint, they're violating the CUP. Just like dust, just like anything else. And so our way to track that is, okay, that guy didn't come out of the Edwards pit. He came out of the Wyoming pit. He came across that way by choice. Or if he's coming up from the bottom on Homestake from another pit. I mean, there's 8 pits in the county, right? So, it is Edwards pit violation. So whatever the drivers want to do, they can do, but we can shut them down because of that. Bottom line. And so what we want to do is, in this instance, to be safe. And we have to define safe. Maybe a load limit in part of that, if I may. Kyle, what's your max load? 54,000.
Can I ask one question?
Absolutely.
So when you're talking going right, are you talking empty trucks going up Lily Hill also that you want to completely do away with, or what?
I'm just saying the CUP allows no traffic from the Edwards pit going east.
So we can't even go up Lily Hill empty to load.
Not if you read the letter of it. Yeah. Okay. And so what I'm thinking is we've got to find a solution here. If we do want that size truck with no pup, then we could put a load limit on the road going east from the in a certain area, and then we put a different load limit going the other way. Because I know that there's people that are building houses in there and they need product. The other thing we could do in this case, if you have a project in Wild Turkey Estates, you come to the county and say, I need to haul gravel to Wild Turkey Estates. Here's what I'm doing. Here's what I'm hauling. Okay.
Amber's office, highway superintendent, something
Easy,
that,
so you can get permission to do that because you're violating the CUP. So we don't want to shut down a quarry over something practical, right? If you're hauling up on Moeller Road to bench, if you're hauling down into the bottom of Wild Turkey or back where I live, when do you engage that road? See what I mean? And so the idea is to not have the real heavy loads coming through those narrow bridges and the multi-truck trailer trucks coming across those bridges. And so when the CUP was put in, that's how it read.
Okay, John, you have a comment?
I believe the existing haul road agreement does have that accommodation.
I don't remember it being in there. For permission?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's in their permission now. The one with Edwards pit, do have to haul to those
Get permission from you?
Yes.
Okay. See, that's a practical solution.
Yeah, the wording says, it may be modified from time to time. Any modification must be approved by the county through its highway superintendent in writing and signed by both parties.
So it has to be in writing, John.
That's just an amended agreement.
Then it's,
Yeah.
That's as a whole.
specific.
So it doesn't act
As a
permissive
term.
use.
Okay, I'll just bring up, I'm just trying to be the devil's advocate here on this. Mr. Baker is also sitting here. He also has a dump truck. If this puts into place of no travel to the east, he wouldn't be able to even take his gravel truck home. Because you were specifying just gravel trucks, correct, Mr. Flanagan?
I'm talking about gravel that comes out of his pits.
Okay.
It's
I
isolated.
drive my
pit.
dump truck around and I don't have any, I'm not hauling gravel out of one of
No,
the
but
pits
if you
up there
go
that
off
has
the
a
road
restriction
with
on
your
it.
dump truck to go somewhere, whether you're hauling it or not, and the folks up there see it and call it in.
Well, what you do there,
Trying to be-
Mr. Chairman, is you say, he writes a letter to the highway department, say, I live up there, I'm gonna haul my truck. My truck goes back and forth every day, and he's got a record of it, so you know he's not hauling out of the pit, and he doesn't have a weight ticket from the pit.
Commissioner Jennings.
So where do these complaints go to? If a homeowner sees that, that goes to Amber. And so I'm concerned about our staff then, the county staff having to field a whole bunch of these calls every time an empty truck goes down that road to go home. I'm worried about the time that it's going to take to deal with that. So we need to come up with some kind of a procedure as we think this through. If that's a notification from the gravel companies that they're going to be using this route, how we're going to be able to process that, it's not going to take a tremendous amount of staff time. Or enforce, yeah, and whatever it has to be enforceable, it has to be consistent throughout all of the trucks.
I think we're creating an ordinance here. Mr. Vavros,
I
did
got
you have a
just one more
comment?
question. So if I go to the Edwards pit and I load and I go all the way to 2 and then back in, but let's say I'm headed to Cedarberry, for example, I'm technically right now supposed to get the
Permission.
okay from the county to use that road?
Otherwise, they can lose their CUP. That's the way it's written. And I'm pointing it out because if it needs improvement, we need to improve it across the board. So how do we solve that? Well, maybe it's by load limits. Because if you're coming empty, you're not going to be at a load limit, right? And maybe it's no pups or no twins or whatever. But if we put a load limit along in that area, then it affects the ag users too. That's the downside. So if we put a 60,000 pound load limit there, then I can't haul my cattle truck and I can't haul my logs, right? So it's a dilemma. And the idea is not to have the massive double trailer trucks coming down across those narrow guardrails. That's really it. Keep it out of that area.
And along in front of all the residential.
Yeah,
The
and
heavier
where all the
residential
houses are,
sections.
you know. And so that's what's in place today. And I'm all about finding good solutions for the safety aspect. And I don't know the answer, but right now it is a violation.
Of which the gravel company should be communicating.
Yeah. And it's hard to enforce when you have all those competing pits, right? That could be coming across there for whatever reason. Especially in the Wyoming.
Can I say something?
Amber?
Okay, so I think you need to keep in mind, each permit is different. So you keep talking about the Edwards permit, and yes, that's important, but when it comes down to it, not one landowner has done a complaint since 2016 when Edwards was approved. So I have never received a complaint from any landowner out there. Will I get them? Yes, I will. I guarantee it now. So I think this is a good way to put those drivers on notice. Start doing what you're supposed to be doing from the beginning. Also, Mr. Edwards on notice that he could lose the CUP if he doesn't start enforcing it. You're doing that right now. You're putting all of you guys on notice that you need to be mindful of what you're doing out there because it could affect stuff. But also, in lieu of that, 2016 to the present, we've had a lot of years pass. We know kind of where we're seeing some issues. I think you need to look at the current haul route agreement, not base it off of Edwards, because it really shouldn't be, because what happened then is very different than what these two pits are looking at. We don't see a lot of gravel out of Edwards. If we see it, it's usually your local type, you know, they're not making big trucks out of there. I haven't seen any. So I think it's okay to look at these two new ones, increasing your tonnage, looking at your haul route differently or whatever. But I do think you need to be careful constantly using Edwards as an example, because Edwards was big rocks, not a lot of crushing. I think it's different. Their application was different than this application, or these two applications.
But their current use is crushing and making gravel.
That is their current use. But at the same time, we can deal with those conditions. So he will get called in. I guarantee I will get a complaint now. You will have an opportunity to fix his CUP or change his haul route. You can do that. So keep that in mind. You know, you have that ability, and I think it is coming.
Well, what I am concerned about long term is if we get these agreements in place and one pit is violated and the other two aren't, how do we make that distinction? So everybody needs to work together to protect their interests. And I just can't come up with that solution in my mind. Right now, if we issued these two CUPs and they turn left, then we can't even monitor what's coming left out of Edwards in reality. So.
Well, I can go sit down at the Edward plant and ask every truck driver that comes out for what their weight is, which is what we
Well,
talked
if they
about.
got a weight ticket with them, anyway,
Yeah,
you know what pit they
usually
come out of, right?
You can find them.
Yeah, but realistically, that limit would go away, not that left turn. And it's all about the safety, folks. That's what we're talking about. What is the safe thing to do? And we're not restricting logging. We're not restricting ag use. And you know, if there was a bunch of logging going on up there, we'd have a conversation with the mill and how we could make it safe. That's just what we would do.
Further discussion? Mr. Flanagan.
Well, I think before we finalize this, we need to see what the load capacity of especially the larger of the two structures. I think the smaller one needs to be replaced no matter what. It sounds like should be a relatively easy process. But it seems to me we're talking about that left turn or how to regulate or not. We're talking about what we might charge per tonnage for road, and it'd be specifically earmarked for road maintenance and probably mag on Homestake Road. And I'm not sure, is there any other items? I'm trying to get a grip or, you know, get a handle on exactly what detail we have to work out exactly.
Well, that's different than the haul route, though.
Yes, it is, but
Yeah.
Commissioner Ibert?
Well, I agree with Commissioner Flanagan. You know, the template we have here doesn't go into some of the specifics for each one, and it's generic. You know, signage. You know, if we're going to do any control, turning left in different weights, signage coming out of the pits would be required. That's part of the haul road agreement. Dust control on the haul road from the pit to the road would be part of the haul road agreement. When you're on site from the crusher to the county road, I believe that's part of the haul route.
And the crusher. I mean, that'd be part of the dust.
But I think there's an overlap there, because the dust either comes from the crusher or from the traffic. The crusher you can control easier than the traffic if you don't have to control it. You know, speed limits. You know, we can do that without it being in the haul road agreement. Just say they have to obey the posted speed limits and the posted weight limits. And I don't think is that in here, or is it inferred?
No, the haul road agreement is never included any of those items.
I think you reiterated anyway, because if they're violating that, they lose their CUP. We're not going to just arrest them or ticket them. We're going to, but if it's in here, we can shut down their CUP if we can identify who's speeding and who's overweight. So those are things that aren't in here. And I'm only talking in my mind about the one between GF development, because it's the first one on our agenda, all those commonalities. When we move on to the next discussion, I've got some concerns that are separate and distinct. But they're not separate and distinct any longer if we allow the east turn. Then everybody's got the same liability on the structures and the intersection. So if we're going to allow east turns, then I don't believe that taxpayers in the county should be paying for the structure replacement. And I don't believe the taxpayers in the county should be paying for the redo if we do one of the three-way intersection. If we don't allow east turns, then we could ask the applicant to extend their haul road south and just connect into Homestake going east-west and avoid that three-way intersection. That's a discussion specifically of the second applicant.
I don't know that you could get across through there. There's a drainage in there that's wet. It might be difficult. I don't know.
And then the other discussion we have not had, if we're going to allow for east turns, do we have the applicants participate in the replacement of the berm with the guardrail, make it wider than 16 or 18 feet. So to me, that's all roaded discussion, but we have to determine the first one where we're going to allow the east turn before we go into the other discussion, in my opinion.
Well, in my eyes, we can certainly limit size and weight going east and allow the use that's been happening to continue and not impede. I mean, there's quite a few businesses and dump trucks, you know, without trailers, utilizing that road and have safely for many years. I would feel I can't support telling those people they can't continue their daily lives in business. Commissioner Jennings.
We just need to be careful, though, that we don't create an opportunity for a large increase of truck traffic on that road. I don't think any of us want it's going to create a lot of travel on that road. So it's going to be very hard to make the distinction of allowing some without allowing or prohibiting the major traffic that we're thinking about. Okay. Creating an enforcement opportunity is going to be the problem. You know, whose truck should be there, who shouldn't be there. It's going to be tough.
That's what I was looking at you and say, is there something we can, is there a better?
Question in the audience?
I'd just like to expand on what Commissioner Jennings was saying. Will vary you in paperwork and how the enforcement work. I understand the CUP coming back on the CUP with enforcement, varying you in paperwork, and then us getting very law enforcement trying to figure out whether we called in a use or a permit to go into a certain area. How long does the permit last? How long do I have that? We're going to vary you in paperwork. We get very law enforcement and phone calls.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
JR. Yes, if you would please, if you're calling people, you have to say their name and address.
We just did that. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Baker and Mr. Babuska. Are you supplying most of the rock in two new developments out there? Cedarberry and
it's spotty. So we
So they're
get a
coming
load here, we get a load there. I mean, we might haul one load and then it might be 2 weeks and then we'll haul 5 loads to somebody. You know, it's spotty. Yeah, but no, not most of it. No.
And what's a full cement truck weigh? You know?
Ooh, I don't have any idea on a cement truck. Like my end dump would be 54,000.
Maybe Mr. Ewing could answer that.
Please state your name and address for the record.
TJ Ewing, 6455 Pendle Road, Spearfish.
Thank you.
10-yard load on a mixer truck is going to be about 79,000.
So they stay under the 82.
Commissioner,
We have garbage trucks coming up there too.
Oh yeah, it affects a lot of stuff.
So that's the issues with load limits, is my point.
That's Commissioner Flanagan. I'm sorry we
Don't-
walked over you twice.
No, not at all. Mr. Alka, would it make more sense to have some of the parties get together and sort of, I won't say necessarily negotiate out a haul road agreement? I'm not sure that some of the questions we have, we can answer completely, and I'm also not sure that it would be as effective if maybe some people just sat down and maybe had a presentation to the commission that suggested haul route agreement with the detail?
I'd certainly be open to suggestions, because I don't have any answers to that. I think you've outlined your concerns, the questions that have to be answered, right? Put it back to the applicants to say, how would you help the commissioner solve this problem? At this point, I don't have a third option at this point. Make sense?
I think we could discuss this for an awful long time and not get it.
Yes.
Is what it's feeling like.
TJ, you wanna,
I know we're not up till the next one, guys, but I've got some stuff here that I can present to you guys that will maybe help with both.
okay. Commissioner Diver.
You know, I like Commissioner Flanagan's idea. I think if we put some of the applicants' expertise on a little work group, maybe plan and zoning, maybe the sheriff and commissioner and Mr. Outka, that we at least have something workable. We can talk, and this could happen after we get the reports back on the structures. And then we would know what's going to work for everybody, what's safe. We could even put a citizen on there. And you have that work group report back to us, and we just don't go in this circle all day long, just like we do on everything else. I think that would be great to form that committee and have them report to us and tell us his resolve. They could even have a meeting before the structures just to set some guidelines, but
Maybe Mr. Ewing has the answer.
Yeah.
I haven't seen what he has.
Yeah.
So I have a question on the haul route. So part of why you saw the agreement you have is the only example we have is previous, which is Edwards. That was the first actual haul route agreement we had ever put into place. It was the Edwards one. So with that, the notes that I have down, because I've gotten lots of calls, actually both applicants have asked me, well, what do they want in the haul route? We don't even know what to tell them necessarily. So weight limits were an option, speed limits were an option. Obviously, the route itself, we still need to decipher that. I think I also had a notation on here of the cost. Is that something, 5 cents? That's what's in there now. Are we looking at, I think you almost have to increase it based on the way the cost has changed since 2016, but do you want that to come from the highway superintendent, or what, where do you want that? So, because he knows what things are costing nowadays, do you want him to figure out a cost?
he would be on that group too.
I mean, so there's just some things that I had made notes of, but then some of the more specifics, like we have in here a condition based on whether or not you accept the current dust control plan. So each of the applicants provided a dust control plan to you as part of their overall packet, but we actually have to incorporate that dust control plan into this. So we weren't going to rewrite the entire dust control. If you want, like, we'll use the first one, they provided you a full plan. I don't think we need to rewrite this whole thing if you guys are okay with it. We can just incorporate it, and that's what we did with the wording, and we would date it back to this document. And both companies did that. They both provided what their plan was. So I think some of that stuff is what I'm looking for, is I didn't know quite how to, I mean, we can copy this in there, but do we really need to?
Okay, Commissioner Diver, and then Commissioner
Well,
Flanagan.
and if I remember right on the first CUP, which we're talking about now, 487, we didn't have as quite the language we had on that approval, the dust plan that we had in the second one.
Correct.
And so, although the haul road, part of the haul road is dust control on the haul road, so I think the same committee could work through some of those concerns.
My turn?
Your turn.
In my mind, that dust control plan is on site. And the 5 cents a mile, in my mind, that is, or 5 cents a ton is in there that needs to be adjusted. It's probably more dust control on the county road and repair and maintenance of the county road.
You have two separate conditions in the current plan. One is that one, and it specifies that, and then the other one just says that you are complying with this because they talk about.
Sure. And the thing is, that dust plan should have elements of the crusher, dust suppression, and the internal haul road is what I would call it, the road till we get to the public road. Because that's what I see with their dust plan that they submit. I don't think they probably address anything with the county road. They address all on-site, on-property dust issues.
Okay, Mr. Foliage is here. Did you have something you wanted to comment
No,
on?
I think he's right on the money. I think, it's the county's road from the county road out, and that's what the
so many cents per ton that we're gonna be, kicking back to the county is, just gravel and mud. I think there is a very clear, line, and that is property line, right? Outside of the property line, we're paying, we're trying to participate in that. But yet, I think it's a really good point to say, how do we police what happens on the county road? How do we police the loads on I think it's a great question. I'm not sure I have those answers, but I think everything inside of the pit, we would absolutely take full responsibility. Outside of that, I'm not sure how we could.
All right, gentlemen, where do you want to go?
I think the work group is, well, I would ask Mr. Ewing, would that be the appropriate place to do your presentations at the work group? And then bring the summary of that to this group?
Yeah, it's not an elaborate presentation at all.
Okay. Because ultimately, all three pits need to work together. Right?
And with the county, I agree 100% with the
Sure. So anyway, that's.
I'm gonna suggest the same thing, that we go to work group, because it won't be a lot of. But I would like to hear what, just if you could touch on briefly what you have, if that's all right.
Yeah, I think we need to hear from Mr. Young, just so we can make sure we've identified all the issues.
So it's not.
Name and address.
TJ Ewing, 6455 Kendall Road.
So we're moving to the next one?
No,
No,
we're
okay.
just taking a
Some
comment.
general
Might
information.
shed some light on.
Quick deal. Grab one. Anybody out here want one?
Say I don't know.
I can make more copies.
Oh, I saw.
I've got 20. If someone runs out, there's a bunch here.
Is it the same that John provided?
I think it's similar to what was provided by.
John provided.
Did you get one, John?
Did you see this? This was provided in my packet, so I asked.
It's close, but
Simpler.
this is the South Dakota DOT regulations. It's close, but it's not, I guess, not necessarily
Can I have
correct.
one of those? Thank you.
And I got some more of these here. According to the South Dakota weight laws and bridge laws, this is just a diagram of what a truck, this is one of our setups, what we would haul. So in South Dakota, and this is maximum weight limits. You're never that, you don't run right up to the top all the time. But a set of doubles like this, a 9-axle setup with a tractor trailer and a pup, you're 125,000 gross. That's 40,000 pounds tear weight, what that unit weighs empty, which allows you to haul about 42.25 tons of material out of there. If you knock that down to where we can't pull pups, we're going to be down to 29.75 tons. And over to the right, on the bottom right, you can see there's about 900 pounds difference on axle weights between pulling a pup in a tractor trailer with a main on it. But to move, I just used it as an example, to move 500 tons of material, you're talking another 5 trucks a day on that road if you don't pull a pup. I can understand you guys' heartburn going down Lily Hill. I would never want to send a combination vehicle like that down there anyway. That might be a good suggestion for you guys, just limit it to no combination vehicles going down Lily Hill. You don't have weight limits to mess with. The agricultural guys, nothing ever applies to them anyway. So, well, it's true.
You were.
I mean, they go do whatever, and it's not a big deal.
You can just be recorded.
He's picking on individuals in the room.
So
That deserve it.
that would be something, but I just wanted to shed some light on the difference between pulling a pup and not pulling a pup. You're talking 2 more axles, same brakes, same everything. So I'll leave this stuff up here if anybody wants another copy of it or something.
Quick question, if I may.
Yes.
So the theory that you introduced, would we still allow 18-wheelers to go that way.
If you put no combination vehicles going down Lily Hill, that means no pulling trailer.
No pulling.
So it'd be just a
So it'd be
Yeah,
just a dump
So,
truck.
so if I've got my gooseneck with my hydraulic dump pulling by my pickup, I couldn't go there either. That'd be a combination.
Well, that depends on if you're commercial.
Yeah, that, maybe that's it. Commercial.
You know, nobody wants to mess with
Joe Blow.
Jim that wants 2 tons of sand for his kids' thing. So.
Yeah, there's a good definition there.
Commercial. Yeah, I like that. See, and that's what this work group can go through and get those terms.
All right.
Sheriff?
Thank you guys.
Name
For
and address.
example, commercial combination vehicle. If I'm hauling a load of firewood to Mr. Rouse house, get ground unloaded. Do I call in for a permit for that then? Do I get chased down by the sheriff?
He can get his own truck and wood. He knows where to find it.
I think the short answer is we're concerned about the gravel hauling.
Correct, but I'm.
How do you make that
combination,
distinction? Yeah.
I just want to make sure I'm not.
Okay, well, let's try to get off dead center here and there's been a suggestion of a work group to get together before the next meeting. Is that what I'm hearing?
As
And
soon
by
as
then we'll have the bridge.
May or may not have the bridge, we don't know.
Right, I know the hope, I
We're
think
hoping.
generally he thought that we might have a report. by
Yeah.
then, so if I read his email.
Correct, John?
That's right.
Okay. Well, I can't make any motions or.
Do we need to make motion in this instance, Bruce? Do we need to?
Probably so.
What I'd like to do, Mr. Chairman, is go into discussion on the next one a little bit and then maybe set up that subcommittee. There's some points specific to the next item on the agenda. And then what could we do? We did a motion to form that committee. Could we do it for both?
Yeah.
Because
Everybody's here, I think.
common discussion.
Okay, so we're moving on to the next one. And according to you, I've got to recuse myself and go be a farmer.
Yes, sir.
He can't run it out.
All right, Brandon.
All right. I am recusing myself.
So everybody's getting confused now. We're gonna move to the 10:15 item. Mr. Ewing is recusing himself from this to avoid the possible appearance of impropriety, so, which is perfect, and correct. But we're on CP 487 now. It's a similar discussion, not the same clearly, but very close. Larson Family LLP, CP 487. Commissioner Dybert, I believe, will start with you.
Thank you. Well, if you take the 250,000 tons at 30 tons, that's 8,333 loads one way a year. If you divide the 8,333 by 300 operational days, it's about 28 loads a day. And we know that there would be more loads in the summer and less in the winter. It's construction season. So that's a significant difference in use of our roads. If you take the nickel a ton times the 250,000, that's $12,500. So that's significantly larger than the small amount from the small haulage. Just wanted to make those points. If you go 20 tons, it's even more trips. Lastly, I think the haul road agreement talks about the dust, in my opinion, from the scale to the county road and on the county road. That's where my dividing mind is, for the on-site being from the scale to the pit and the off-site being from the scale out. That's just my opinion. I think if we have a work group, they can work through that detail. And then, would the applicant consider going south and hooking up to the main road rather than going south through the three-way stop? Just extend your haul road about 1,000 feet further to the south and hook in down there for your west flowing traffic, especially. Then you avoid the three-way intersection with those trucks, the big trucks. That's another thing the committee could work on in that negotiation. And I'm really concerned about that three-way. I know past Commissioner Larson has called me a couple times about people not stopping there coming from the south. And so I've already had some complaints there, and I also get a lot of landowners calling currently on truck traffic coming east out of the existing pits. But I think all these items would be part of that discussion if we have it.
Mr. Jennings, do you have any comments around that?
I don't know that I have any specific to this permit application.
Well, my comments all stand. They're pretty much, there is some more impact from this bit because the amount approved haul, and then that little bridge, but it sounds like that may not be such an issue, and that definitely does need to get widened. So when I was there about a month ago, I about got run off. I thought I was going to lose a mirror on the side of my truck. There's somebody in the middle of the road. We were both coming maybe a little quicker than we should have. But other than that, I would suggest that we go to do the group, the small group. I believe largely that these two haul road agreements will probably reflect strongly upon each other with maybe some deviations, but I think they're largely going to be very similar.
Yeah, I agree.
So, Mr. Alcott.
We have the work group. I can't find the statute right now, but I'm pretty sure it exists. It suggests that give like a task force or some kind of a group like you're talking about that meets that if they come back at your next meeting on the 26th, for example, and they report, you wouldn't be able to take action at that time. You'd have to wait until the following meeting until October, just so everybody's aware of that. Arguably, if you were to have this task group have a published agenda and treat it like a county commission meeting and do that kind of thing, the statute doesn't talk about that. That may be a way around it, but if it's just gonna be a core group of people meeting, and then they would report their findings on the 26th, couldn't take action on that again until October.
And I'm just gonna give you a heads up, I am out of the office September 13th through the 22nd. So if you want me involved in that discussion, I will not be present. So I'm just throwing a hitch in there, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Dybert.
this is for legal counsel. So task force is different than a committee or not?
I don't think so.
Okay. So a work group is different than a committee?
I think you can call it whatever, but yeah,
It's the same. So it runs under the same auspices as the Natural Resource Committee.
That's why we're very careful in the Natural Resources Committee. We publish agendas and treat it like it is a public meeting like that. This clearly isn't that. Make sense?
So almost suggest that this is a contractual discussion between the county and the business.
Could be perceived that way. But I think you want to really be careful about how you report your findings.
Okay, so
at that appropriate meeting.
Mr. Chairman, should we turn this back over to our chairman so we can?
I think we're probably at a discussion point where we're beyond the Larson family, the CUP 487.
Yeah, I think we're at a much broader discussion.
So is it all right then?
I think so. Fair. Yeah, you're looking at trying to accomplish that goal, that fixed goal for them.
10:57,
I passed the
10:51.
Huh? Welcome back.
Yeah. So you want to set up a work group? Is that what I'm hearing?
Sounds like it.
Suggestions? I can't make.
I will make a motion that we. What term would you like for this, Mr. Alcott?
I think you can call it whatever you want.
I make a motion that we set up a whatever we want to have a discussion.
For planning and zoning purposes, you call them a task force.
Okay.
That's what we've done, and we have done an agenda. That's usually what I've done.
Like
with
we do
our
for the
other
comp plans and
task
stuff like
force.
that.
Yeah. So for consistency.
Your office has laid out what we have to follow, Amber. So as far as you not being able to be there for
I have not reviewed any of this. This is coming from John. He's the only one because I haven't done it. But I don't necessarily need to be there, just as long as I know what you want me to write.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. So I'm just trying to think of how this would work. So you appoint some members to the task group. And the idea is it's not a public hearing. It may be open to the public, so the public could come and listen to the discussion, but wouldn't necessarily automatically have the right to question and do those kinds of things. They would be present and to hear it, right? I don't know what you envisioned, but I'm just trying to look into the future about how that might play out.
That's what we did before. We set an agenda, posted it online, told everybody when the meeting was. It was in here. And then if anybody would come, they could come listen. It was fine. We just didn't take public comment.
Okay.
That's how we've done it.
And I'm not saying that's the best way, but I'm just trying to make sure everybody has a realistic expectation of what it's gonna be.
Okay, Mr. Diver, you kind of spearheaded this. How do you want to structure this group?
Will you make a motion?
I will withdraw whatever I was trying to say.
Well, if we do put it together, I had written down that the committee would have John Bay, one person from planning and zoning staff, legal counsel, commissioner or two, the applicants, and that's a broad term if they want to bring some of their experts that know more than the landowner. In other words, the applicant and the leasee. And then I had also a member of the public. Okay. That's kind of the draft I had. Did I miss anything?
Everyone agree with that?
Do we want a hauling contractor on there?
I think that would be appropriate.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it would be appropriate to be a hauling contractor that's not associated with either of the
Yeah.
applications.
Independent. And I'm just trying to think, I guess highway superintendent, if he wanted to bring one of the engineers in that he has working for the county, he could bring that guest. If he wanted Bros in to talk about standards or whatever, he'd have that option.
Do we want law enforcement in that?
Yeah, the sheriff's office, I did forget. I think sheriff's office would be important.
So how we've done other task force is we put together the core group, and then basically when we set the agenda, so let's say we're going to set the agenda and we're going to discuss specifically haul equipment. We could then invite, we'll say professionals that's what they do. You could invite them to the task force. That's kind of how we've done it before, and it worked pretty well. Of like, okay, we're going to talk about this specific topic. We need to find somebody independent from either one of them to come. And that seems to work fairly well.
Okay, but this, you want to put this together and have the group meet and be back here the 26th to report, right?
I don't think it gives you enough time to try to get somebody together after a holiday weekend. We'd have next week.
Mr. Chairman, I would say that we just put them on every agenda till this is resolved. If they have nothing to report, they have nothing to report.
We need to have some kind of a deadline in respect for the CUP applicants.
I would think the end of October.
October 24th is the second meeting.
Yeah, that'd give us 3 meetings.
So you'd have September 26th, October 10th, and then October 24th. Objective?
Based on the bridge results, we may not have that till conclusive till the first meeting in October. That leaves us one more to act. That's what I'm thinking. That's kind of driving our schedule.
Yeah. We probably don't need to. Yeah. That task force would not need to wait until we have that information.
They could start working on certain.
I think it's quite possible. Hopefully we could get something together by the week of the 18th.
So, and that's where I'm going to clarify. I will not be present. So who is going to do that? Because usually it falls on me to get everybody organized, or Bruce. So
Bruce,
who is going to be that person?
Where are you going, Amber?
I am gone the 13th through the 22nd.
We can get it organized before you go. And if we have a meeting sometime during the day, it's all right.
Okay.
That's why I put a member of the P&Z staff.
I don't have any staff that would have the expertise in this area.
They just need to be present to help Bruce
can
manipulate
deal
the
with
meeting and keep minutes.
Okay, so
If
you've
you
got,
get it scheduled, it'll be all right.
you got Highway Superintendent Bay on the list. You've got Legal Counsel Bruce on the committee. You've got the applicants and the landowners on the committee.
Sure.
And the sheriff. Who,
A P&Z staff member.
okay.
So which commissioner are we including?
Would I be in conflict to be on that?
Probably
I would say
best
so.
if it's somebody else.
Okay.
I can do it.
Commissioner
Okay.
Jennings.
Thank you, Eric.
Mr. Diver, do you want to be on that too?
And
I think
who,
Yeah, I'll be on it too.
You guys are gonna be gone next week, the 11th, the 12th, and the 13th, at least part of the 11th, county convention as well. Right. So that rules that out too.
Well, if it's Zoom, anyway. And then we had, also on there, we had a member of the public. And we had a contractor, independent contractor.
That's not affiliated with either pit.
Right.
So Mr. Vavroska,
Would
for
you do-
instance, could if he
Yeah.
wanted.
Would you be willing to do that? I think.
Okay.
Okay. Give them down,
And-
Amber.
Yep. And then what about,
Planning and zoning. Remember?
It's staff, so
It'd
she
be
can
staff.
just say who.
It'll be
I
my-
thought one
it'll
from the
be me.
staff.
Yeah, all right.
Unless she's gone, then somebody can attend just to listen. And we have a
then
member of the
member
public would be the
public.
last.
We have some people in the audience, do you want somebody else? I mean, I think you've got people that have had, they've been at every meeting,
Well, they should,
so.
and we can't accept applications from them of who would like to, and we have to
No,
act
you
on them
just-
in a meeting.
You can just pick somebody.
I'm
If you
on.
choose to.
Mr. Surgeon volunteers.
Mr. Turgeon said he would do it. He's been at all the meetings.
Give us contact info.
I will get it. Before you leave, I know I have an email somewhere, but just in case.
And is it true, Mr. Chairman and members, you've contingently approved both CUPs, so we're not arguing about the merits of approval or denial. We're just going forward with task with the Hall Road Agreement and the dust control plan. Is that fair?
Correct. And the bridges. Okay.
So are you making some stuff?
I think Commissioner Tybert had the better motion and I will second it.
Okay. Well, I would prefer not to make the motion if I'm on the committee.
Okay, then I'll make the motion in a second.
Got it. Did
Got
you
it.
get the motion? Okay.
We're gonna
I wrote it
appoint
down
a
too.
task force to discuss the Hall Road and the dust control, and then all the people that you appointed.
Okay, does everyone understand the motion before us? All right, we have a motion.
Was there a timeline involved in that motion?
Yeah,
To be completed by October 24th.
by the end of October,
Right.
so we can schedule a special meeting if we had to. That way you guys aren't dangling out there forever.
Okay. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
Opposed?
I'm
Yes.
opposed. But it's still passed. My opposition was if we kind of drug it out all summer through planning and zoning, and now we're dragging it out here. And so, and I know it's important to get everything ironed out. Just, it is what it is. All right,
Am I done? Can I leave?
you're done.
Okay, good. Thank you. Or you guys all take off, we're gonna look at some dates, but I don't want to call all the board.
John.
Board supervisor.
John.
Assistant Forest Engineer.
I think that's our
This is
next
great
and
for
last,
paved
right?
roads.
Right, Brandon,
Well, we got something in the back.
Peggy Oates.
Peggy. I can't see.
I'm sure it is most days. I've only ever heard that pronounced. I don't ever see it spelled. Like,
Is Brandon out there?
Yes, yes, they're coming. We're just letting the room clear out.
Come on up, guys. I'm sorry we're running late. Yep. Just welcome here.
What's your chair?
All right.
There's another if Lou or somebody wants one. Then you can pull one up from back there. If you-
We've been talking about gravel.
We're talking about roads again.
It's an important topic. Okay, sir, I'll turn the meeting over to you. Thank you for coming up and this meeting. If you want to introduce your group, sure, yourself for the record, that would be great.
I'm Brandon Taglioli with Forest Service, Assistant Forest Engineer.
Valerie Jackson, Facility Specialist.
Hello, everybody. I'm Lou Conroy, the Acting District Ranger, filling in behind Steve Colson.
So, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Purpose of being here today is to update you on what's called Tinton Road improvements. I recognize all the faces at previous meetings. Bruce, I sent these notes out Thursday. Did we get a chance to get them prior to this or not?
I can't remember if I forwarded them or not.
I don't remember seeing.
I didn't see it.
Okay, that's fine. Summary, we met March 28th to discuss this topic of Tinton Road from the Spearfish Work Center, what we call the Forest Service Work Center, 3.2 miles up the road past the turn to Aspen Hills. We've been discussing that road segment and kicking around ideas on what to do about it. Currently, that road's under Forest Service jurisdiction, and the county plows snow on it during the winter. And at our last meeting, March 28th, we discussed the Forest Service applying for supplemental funding to get the road into a condition that the county would consider taking over that section of road. And the way that would happen is through what's called a FERDA easement, Forest Road and Trail Act easement. Okay. Does that ring a bell for everyone?
Yep.
We're good.
From the cattle guard south.
There you go.
Yep.
Did I say
Where it
north?
levels out up above Aspen.
Did I say north?
No,
Okay.
just the cattle guard is a good landmark.
Okay.
Yep, but that
That's where the
was going
forest
around the corner at Aspen Hills, getting up off where it levels.
Yep. And John said if we were to do something, he'd like a nice low straight
Yeah.
way to turn around. Yep. So that's why it's just us.
He's back there. He's here.
No, yeah, sitting right there.
He's been here all day.
All right. In March of this past March of 23, the Forest Service did apply for supplemental funding, and we have tentatively received $471,900. So what does that mean to receive? And this is the bulk of what I'm updating you on today. What that means is we put in an application, it competes nationally and regionally, and tentatively selected because it comes out with the president's budget in 25, FY25. So that's the omnibus is the president's budget, and that's once that is signed, then it's official. Okay, but if you look at the past, predict the future, we will get this. Okay, what it would look like then, it'd be sometime in 25, depending on what our Congress looks like. If it's mixed, typically later in the year we get our budget. So the funds would be good for 25 or 26. Our fiscal years are October 1 to September 30. Okay. So that is where we are today. Then I put also in this document options for your consideration. Okay. And I don't believe this is a decision for today. It's just presenting you with some options. So the way that I wrote this proposal was with the concept of the county applying for a FERDA easement to take over jurisdiction and maintenance of this section of road. Okay. Then what would happen is we could possibly form an agreement, transfer the money from the Forest Service to the county. The county could work that into the 26, I would recommend 26 budget, and do the workforce account, do it whatever way you want it to. Okay, that's just an idea. So with that, with applying for the FERDA easement, the county bears the cost for the survey. There needs to be a survey done. And my recommendation with that is you would start on the FERDA as soon as possible because it takes time. Signatures, surveys, reviews. Okay, that's one option. Yes.
So the survey, is that a NEPA survey or just
a land survey?
To establish the easement.
Establish the, okay.
That would describe the right of the width.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, so that's one option. Another option for doing this work together is form a cooperative road maintenance agreement, which we've had in the past. And that would look similar to what I just described, except for at the end of construction, the road would be Forest Service jurisdiction, and then what we could do is continue our cooperative road maintenance maintenance agreement, but our contribution is going to be 2 bladings a year. That's what we currently do, and I don't see that our funds increasing. Okay. The downside to that is not how I wrote this proposal. So I would need to go back to our regional office folks and say this week, we're not doing the FERDA. Are we still eligible for that funding? So we may, I just have to check with people. Third option is, of course, do nothing. In this option, we don't form an agreement. I may or may not have to return the money to the regional office. If we are able to keep it, we could do the work in 25 or 26, and then the road would slowly go back to its current condition because we don't have the funds to put mag on the road every year. We just go back to our 2 bladings a year. So those were the 3 options I came up with. John reviewed it and discussed them. There may be more, but I didn't come up with it to present.
Commissioner Diver, you look like you got a question.
Oh, option 2, could we do the FERDA post construction?
I think you could. We would just need to, in the agreement, cooperative road maintenance agreement, I would recommend that we would describe how to keep this road at its new condition rather than letting it fall down. And then you have a problem.
So if I'm understanding you right, if we do the option 1 with the FERDA agreement ahead of time, we're obligated, if you're short funded, to kick in money to make the construction complete.
If the 471,000
doesn't cover it.
That's a possibility. What happened, how I came up with that money dollar amount is use Alan's original estimate. It seemed to be pretty comprehensive, include items such as aggregate, watering, rolling aggregate, mag chloride, engineer sign study. I'm not sure, maybe that could be done at a different way. The signing, culvert cleaning, and I projected that to 25. So if there were things that we couldn't cover with cost, then maybe we would cut some things out. Maybe we wouldn't replace the culverts.
Is the funding forest wide or only for North Zone?
It is for this project. So the way
specifically,
yeah, we do not get a big pot of money and disperse it as we want. The way the Forest Service is doing it nationally is you ask for this money. We do quarterly reporting, tracking, before and after pictures. It's very specific project.
So how did we do exit 8 south with Central Federal Highways funds? What's the difference?
I believe that was called a flat forest land access program. Okay. And through that, but I'm speculating because I wasn't here for that, there's another call coming up, by the way, for those type of projects. The county or the state or other entities already owns or its jurisdiction over that section that access federal lands. So maybe you did or did not have jurisdiction over the Wigan Road during that time.
We did, and we were responsible for the acquisition of additional right of way.
Yep. So that's the differences.
So if we did the easement with you, would we then qualify for Central Federal Highway dollars?
For federal land access flap, yes. Yep.
So if we did the program you're suggesting and then we wanted to pave it, we could go for flap to pave it.
That would be
our jurisdiction.
Yeah, I would believe that would be one of the opportunities. I'm 90% sure. There's a lot of details, and I need to tell you.
Thank you. And you're from the supervisor's office, or are you from the?
I work for the supervisor's office on station.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jennings.
Is the NEPA current on this section of road, or do we need NEPA, and how would that affect the right of way and the work that the county might want to do for drainage or treatment?
So from what I understand, that there is NEPA that is in that existing 66 foot. So if you were going to stick in an existing road bed, it would be probably a lot quicker to do the NEPA since we've already analyzed that. If you have decided, which I know you've talked about making that right away, then I think that NEPA process can be a little bit longer. It's gonna take a little bit longer.
And who would be responsible for covering those costs? Is the Forest Service willing to do that, or would that be passed on to the county like you've sometimes done for the land?
Nope, I believe that the NEPA is covered by the Forest Service.
And so if we had to do the NEPA work and that wasn't completed by the 2025-26, does that funding go away, or does the county get to hold those funds until that is complete?
If we form the cooperative road maintenance agreement, those typically those do have a 5-year life. So once we take the money and put it into the agreement, then it's held there. But if we don't do anything before that agreement expires.
So for the Forest Service,
haven't
the
done
NEPA work, get that project completed within the 5 years, would be the plan.
I believe so, yes. Okay. Commissioner Flanagan, you have a comment?
I just wanted to hear from John. Do you have any at all on whether we would, if we pursue this, whether would we want to take it over? Would we want to just go back to the cooperative, not the cooperative status, but the maintenance that we were doing after it's.
Well, I guess if we're gonna do the work, I'd rather that we took it over and kept up on it, so it wasn't redundant.
Because we're already plowing that, right?
We just plowed snow on it. If we just gravelled it, we did our initial chloride treatment on it, that's good for 1 year. The next year, we'd be back to the same problem, washboards and gravel going into the ditch. We got the issues, so, for the $8,000 a mile that it costs to chloride it, my recommendation would be that we would continue to chloride that road until something better came along. Pave that road, and then of course you wouldn't have an issue with washboarding. But I do believe that the FERDA agreement seems to be more, I guess, the route to go as far as if we get this surveying done, and then we just take the funds. The funds are enough to do the work that is proposed at this time. Yeah, even I believe in 26 it will be enough as well.
Okay. And just to continue with this, any discussion we had about widening that right of way would be only if we're doing cutback slopes on certain areas.
It was for that, and then for opening up the site and for sun to get onto the road to melt.
To be some trees and some other things.
There is a lot of areas where the clearing is that much. There's just a lot of areas where it's not. And I know as far as the tree removal, the Forest Service, they were pretty adamant in it's their trees, and they want to be in charge of those trees as far as whether there's a sale or how they get rid of them. And then I think there was some talk, if I remember right, correct me if I'm not, there was talk about leaving certain size trees in place.
Correct.
I'd rather not leave any trees in place. It's up to me.
Sure.
Trees, they're not good for roads. They don't belong on a road. That's where us, the Forest Service, always have a disagreement.
Commissioner Diver.
Back to the further agreement on the 66-foot corridor. In those areas, some of those back slopes will exceed the 66. Can we get a temporary construction or maintenance agreement outside the 66 to maintain those slopes? Because they impact our roads. And then on the tree removal, if there's areas we want tree removal outside the 66 feet, what's the process?
We'd have to do a settlement sale if it's merchantable timber, so yeah, we're required to do that.
Yeah. So I thought I knew the process, but I don't want to hear it iterated. And then on the NEPA, does that include the cultural too? Cultural work is done.
Yes.
So it's.
Yeah, this survey that was talked about here, what's the cost of something like that? You said the county would bear the responsibility of that? Yeah.
Look, we have a survey.
Okay, Randy.
Well, do you require the exhibits for each parcel that you cross, even though it's all Forest Service, or is it just point of beginning, point of ending? So if you're going across 3 sections, do you need 3 exhibits or 1, or what do you need?
Oh, I'd have to look at that.
Maybe what we could do is get your specification, then we could have an idea what that cost would be. That's a significant difference if you have to retrace 3 parcels rather than just beginning and end.
Yeah, because you just run a center line otherwise, and then.
And then who determines the center line? Is that a cooperative effort? Is it shoulder to shoulder as it gets to ditch? Yeah. I know how I do it, but it might not be the way you do it.
What I can say is we'd be willing to work together on this. And Steve, as far as the trees, he's been attending to really as well, I think. Definitely, attitude of we can work together on those concerns.
Mr. Cheddar could help us too.
Probably not talking about a large amount of.
No.
trees, so. Right.
And we're not talking about a large expense for the survey.
Right.
A few $1,000. Typically.
Okay. Further discussion on our questions.
One last one. If we do this easement, then the determination of maintenance is up to us.
It'd
From that
already be
point.
our road then.
Yeah.
To the end for the.
So you don't have any input into that.
Jurisdiction, that's correct. My understanding, any underground utilities we would need to work together on those. Was there some other thing? John, do you remember underground utilities? I guess
You guys are always gonna be in charge of utilities, and then, any approach, permitting for approaches, I believe, was gonna be our responsibility. But anything with trees was gonna be your responsibility.
On the utilities, then you can authorize an easement to a utility company to tear up the road we just built. Is that right? I know that's blunt, but
I don't think without talking.
then we can dictate whether
I would
they're,
recommend
whether
you
they're
not do that.
borings or.
Commissioner
Okay.
Jennings.
So just get back to the approach permits. If there's a timber sale up there, the county would need to approve an approach permit. Is that how I'm understanding that?
Well, that's how we would do it. Let's not talk about this road. Let's talk about another road we want to permit. We would come talk to you about a new access, egress. So yes, but I think most of we've logged quite a bit in that area. I don't know creating.
Thought of it did be an existing approach.
See, I think the county want an inventory of those approaches so we know where they're at and which ones you plan to maintain. And
So, what do we need to do today, guys?
Brandon, do you need them to take any particular action? Take it under advisement?
Well,
You said
for the next steps,
sooner the better, you said.
it would be good. It's no place for me to force anyone to a decision. So, but I would encourage for discussions to start sooner than later on the FERDA easement.
I believe Brandon made the comment to me that FERDA could take up to 2 years.
That timeline is affected, of course, by the surveying that was done on their end and then our end. So if we're doing them, working on them together at the same time, hopefully they kind of come out at the same time.
And that's where we would cover anything if we were gonna go outside the 66 weeks right away, so.
Commissioner Flanagan.
So we need to decide whether we want to take on the road or not, is really what it boils down to.
Ultimately.
since this is a federal road, if we're taking it on, do we have to do like the public hearing, public process? Or if we had an applicant bringing it to us from the general public? Is there a process there we'd have to
I
do?
don't think statute contemplates
Federal roads?
adding those to our system. I don't know the answer to that. It's a very interesting question.
Because as we're building this easement up, we'd want to maybe have a condition on that, have that process completed on our side. We haven't done one in a while.
Well, yeah, the process talks about locating, changing, or vacating a road, right? And so you'd be locating a road on your system theoretically. So arguably, yes. People usually don't complain about adding.
Well, we could just submit it to the state. Then lastly, how did we rebuild the Van Ark Canyon? Is that under the other program? That was a Central Federal Highway project too. That came through both counties.
That could be overlapped as well.
Because that was the latest one that was done.
Yeah, that one, the Forest Service though did they have jurisdiction prior to the county?
I think it was mixed, as I
So
recall.
what can happen is a FLTP, Forest Land Transportation Program. You can do a major project like that and transfer funds.
Okay.
This is similar, but it's what we're talking about here, but it's done a little bit.
Yeah, because the feds acquired the right of way on that.
We're looking for a motion to authorize the highway superintendent or staff to make further application then? Is that the question?
I think so.
Yep. For our review.
I suppose prior to submission,
I think we need to dig into it a little deeper.
Chairman. So Brandon, John Bay and myself, we would work with you and your staff to put that together, and then we would complete that and bring it back to the county commissioners for their ultimate review about whether it should be submitted or not. Does that sound fair?
Yep. Sounds good.
And I think we need to identify the areas outside the 66 foot the best we can, especially the slopes.
Okay, someone needs to make a formal.
And then we need the utility that you have in there too. What documents have there for those permits?
I'll send you the survey.
Okay. Yeah. I would move to allow staff to review the further easement and bring it back to this board for final approval. Simple enough.
Set a date or?
I think we'll wait and see when we get it done.
So we can always add it to the agenda, I guess.
Yep, September.
Do we have a
26th.
second on that? I'll second it for further discussion. Further discussion, anyone? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion before us will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. 100%.
Kick the ball down the road a little farther.
Talk a little more detail.
That's where I was headed. Get in the front.
Your natural resources.
Can we take a quick break, Mr. Chairman?
Yep, we'll take a 5-minute break.
long days so far, huh?
So,
And it's longer with you in the room.
Hot kettle.
Yeah, fine.
That's a good.
Okay, guys.
But I ask good
Oh,
questions.
man. Well,
Hi,
see you
Bill.
guys.
just email me your report.
Yeah. Can I do a Zoom?
Just go for it, buddy.
All right, got several things to visit about. We'll start with cooperating agency status. A few of you guys were around when we got it through, took us almost 2 years. Lots of meetings with the Forest Service. We even had at least 1 or 2 meetings with the supervisor. It came up and when we wanted to have cooperating agency status with the entire Black Hills National Forest versus just the Northern Hills District. We had Van Every sign who was the supervisor, sign the agreement because we didn't want Steve Colesholt to sign it because we didn't want it to be just Northern Hills. Didn't get us very far because they're treating us and if you talk to the Forest Service even now, they're under the opinion that we only have cooperative agency status with the Northern Hills District. Bob, you were around when we went through that with Van Every and remember the discussions on that?
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, we've got to figure out how to get the word across. I think Bruce could probably find the minutes, but I do think we need to make sure that in no uncertain terms that when we sign the new agreement, it gives us the ability we don't have to become actually cooperating agency with every project, but there are projects out there that we'll want to pick and choose which ones we want to be involved in. There are some important projects down there that come out of the supervisor's office, like the Spruce Project, and Mitch is going to talk about that. That certainly we would have liked to have some input on. Now we're inputting on the draft, and that's it. We did put some input on the scoping, but we didn't have anything to do with the internal discussion. So that will terminate next year. And as long as it took us the last time, we need to start, and it needs to be more detailed in what we're asking. I'm already hearing discussions that there's going to be resistance about giving us any cooperative agency status out of the supervisor's office.
Even for the Northern Hills?
Yeah.
That's not good.
So there is some, I mean, we're just going to have to use our ability as a state agency or government agency to write an MOU and basically lay it out as we want it to be used. And I think with some of us, and including you guys, we can make it work for us. I think we've got support in the regional office to make this work. All right, Randy?
Well, if I may, I have a Zoom meeting with the regional office today on this very subject, some other subjects as well. But it seems to me if there's any pushback, it's at the supervisor's level, not at the region. And we've learned a lot since we signed that. I think I was chair when we signed that in 16, 18,
or 19 actually.
Anyway, 19. Okay. We've learned a lot, and so have they. And the misunderstanding is, why do we need to be involved forest-wide? Well, it's a very simple answer on one specific item. Where's the mill? So any sale in the forest has a potential of coming into our county for processing. Number two is, if it's not the mill and the sale is in our county, it's going out of our county to another mill. So how can we not be fully engaged? And the other thing that we've learned with the forest plan revision is the communication plan. I think we're going to have a much better document than we had in the past. I think it's going to be forest-wide, and our contact will be at the supervisor's office, not the ranger. And I think we're going to have success. So I know that word on the street is a little different, but I'm comfortable that we're gonna have some success.
Yeah, me too.
And we're gonna make it much better than what it is. So.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, we'll be working on that through our Natural Resource Committee and keep progressing and try to get something put together long before it terminates, because we don't want to be pushing up against that date.
What date does it terminate?
I'm not sure. It's next year. Is it?
I think it's June, is it?
Something
Seems
like
like.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of 25, 24.
Next year.
24. Okay.
So I think you guys have all seen this. I'm just going to toss it out. We got a forest planning symposium. Love to have you guys come. It should be very educational. It's designed specifically for all of us to learn more about forest planning process. And we've got some great speakers coming. It should be really good. This case study about the Flathead National Forest. We've got 3 folks that are basically got one of the top guys out of the U.S. Forest Service coming out of Washington. This Joe Kruger, he basically kind of oversees the planning process for the Forest Service. We got Paul McKenzie, who is the head forester, general manager for Salt Land and Lumber, one of the biggest mills at Flathead Country. And then the lady that's coming in, Sarah Lundstrom. This will be both Sarah and Paul will be participating through Zoom. She used to be with the Montana Wilderness Society, and now she's with the Glacier Senior, or she's with the National Park Conservation Association. They all work cohesively to put with the Forest Service to put this plan together for the Flathead, and from all reports, it's working well. It's survived several lawsuits by some different environmental groups, and the whole process was well done, and I think we can learn some things from these folks, how they organized and got everybody involved. So anyway, yeah, this is probably, I've been involved with these conferences, symposiums since the mid-90s, and I'm probably looking forward to this one more than any of them. I think it'll be really good. It's a one-day program. So anyway, you're
Bruce?
invited. Love to have you come. Bruce?
Before I forget, I want to make sure, it looks to me like I'm looking at the correct draft, that the current 2018-2019 cooperative agency status agreement expires on February 28th, 2024.
Whoa.
February?
February, yeah, because it looks like Dave Graham from the Forest Service signed it on 2/14/19, and so
That's coming up real fast.
Yeah.
February 28th, 2024.
So we got 6 months.
But my best information would suggest that's the date.
We're gonna have to work hard on it. So,
I see Mr. Ball still involved in things.
but don't hold that against him or us.
Well, you and I've dealt with him.
Oh yeah, I know.
We have a real good relationship.
I'll give you a wig and wear it.
Me and Dave get one particularly well.
Oh my, oh my. Yeah, I was involved in that.
Yeah.
It's that day.
So anyway, I think it'll be great. Love to have you guys again. Let's see. Update on Zeppelin Spruce Project, and I think Camara. Well, let's talk about Camara. Didn't go very good. We put lots and lots of time in there. We met with the forest supervisor, met with the district forester about our comments, and pretty much were reassured that they would meet with us before they signed the letter, or signed the decision. Next thing we know, 3 months go by, no offer to meet. They signed the decision, and off they go.
Bill, is this the one where they have that special provision in there where it's not appealable as well?
Right.
I can't think of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have put a draft letter together that we'd like to propose to the county commissioners. I know Randy's going to be talking to the deputy regional forester today,
And then we'll work on getting that letter to you guys to sign, which will, I hopefully capture your thoughts on our disappointment in the process. They didn't treat us like cooperative agency folks. I mean, they treated us like Joe Public. Didn't really care. Didn't even give us a notice that they're going to sign it. They just signed it. We called them on it. Oh, they didn't act like they knew about it. It was pretty disappointing. So, I was going to bring up something, and again, this is one of the things that in the Spruce project, and we talked about it in the Camara project. But I'm going to read this to you really quickly, or kind of simple. I'll summarize it. Under the Spruce project, they're talking about treating spruce because it basically climate change could change the ability to spruce to survive and be not being a fire hazard, because as the climate could dry and it could change, spruce becomes somewhat more off-site and it becomes more susceptible to wildfire. Plus it has, the continuity of branches. You have basically a lot of ladder fuels and it burns fast and hot. We told the Forest Service under Camara that they had a lot of areas of spruce coming in on these pine stands, coming in these spruce or these aspen stands they need to take care of. They kind of poo-pooed it and said, first of all, spruce doesn't burn very good. In Spruce project, they talk about how bad it's going to burn. In the Camara project, they say, well, we don't have any concerns about spruce because it won't burn. Wow. These are two. I mean, it's just incredible the way how arbitrary some of their comments are. But I mean, I read that and I said, guys, they write what they write, and they don't know what the right hand writes. Left hand writes. So, anyway, we'll forward that letter to you guys, and hopefully, I know Randy will be talking to the folks upstairs in the regional office where there's a little bit of understanding about what we're going through, and maybe something can happen. Nothing's going to happen with Camara, but maybe going forward we can make things a little bit better. I know our as you can see, most of our committee's here because they're pretty upset with what happened. Pretty upset because we all worked hard on that thing and put a lot of effort into it. What's left? Zeppelin. Zeppelin starts next week, and we'll try to be involved in it. Unfortunately, from what I've seen with the initial draft of the scoping, they're treating 65-70% of the area, and that's a lot more than the 30% they treated under Camara. Mm-hmm. So I'm optimistic it's going to be a better project.
Thank you guys for staying.
It's frustrating, Bob.
Yeah,
it is.
I know, but you guys have hung in there through thick and thin. Commissioner Diver.
Well, hopefully this is going to improve. We've had how many supervisors since we signed that agreement? 6? 9?
Well, no, we've had 9 supervisors in 8 years on this force.
And we've got a temporary now, and it looks like we'll have a long-term replacement around the first year. So at least we'll be constant face, and that hopefully will improve the situation. What we can do as commissioners, and I'd recommend that somebody look into this, is asked to get on the NACO Public Lands Committee. The chairman of NACO can assign you to that. All you have to do is apply. And they meet once a month. And
that's the National Association of Conservation.
County commissioners.
Yeah.
That NACO, the group on that has the same problems. And we're a little bit of a model here on our forest plan revision because the next door Medicine Bow and Teton. So there's eyes are on us, and you can get to meet some of these people with some of the problems. And it's a good listen at a minimum. So, and if you want to attend just as a guest, I can get you the link. Being on it is important.
The counties and the states under forest plan revisions because of the 2012 planning rule, which we'll talk about at our conference, has lots of, I shouldn't say power, but they have lots of influence. I just talked to Tom Proxel, who used to be with the Black Hills Forest Resource Association, good guy. He helped write the planning rule.
Super smart.
Planning rule. He told me that the National Forest in the Blue Mountains went through and kind of disregarded the state and the counties on this. They called them on it, the counties and the state, and they are forcing the Forest Service to go back to step one and redo it in the whole planning process. So it can be done. And so hopefully we can, as we go forward to the forest planning revision, we can be more involved and make sure that this plan represents the public and not just Forest Service interests.
Okay,
All right, I'll shut up.
thank you.
So just one question I have.
Yes.
I've been in this field for a while. So the NEPA regulations allow for cooperative agency status as long as you have an environmental review plan, which the county did probably 25 years ago.
In 95.
Yeah. And so we're still fighting the same battle. Is there any way to enforce that other than hope that they follow an MOU? It just seems like there must be some recourse there.
I know it really helped us in the forest plan revision, phase 2.
Mm-hmm.
We pushed it, we got cooperative agency, and we had counties, and I sat in for Lawrence County on those discussions, and that forest plan revision phase 2 actually turned out pretty good. Not perfect, but it worked, and it does work. But we've got to assert our responsibilities and our rights on this whole thing as we go forward, because if we don't, we'll get run over. And luckily, we've got support from both Wyoming and South Dakota, statewide, countywide, and we've got support in the Congress on all of it. And if we have to, we'll work that.
As if, as a commodity person, if we violate NEPA, there's serious consequences. But if the Forest Service violates NEPA, there doesn't seem to be, which we've run into before on other projects.
We used to have a different forest supervisor. I just say, we used to have a different forest supervisor. He's not here now. And because of some of the stuff he did, he's not here. So there are ways.
Did any of your other group want to touch base on anything?
Yeah, Paul and Mitch, I'd like to have you. I think I could chime in on the spruce. Yes. Before we read this, though, on the cooperating agency agreement, if Lawrence County does everything on their end to get ready to renew this agreement and the Forest Service drags its feet, precedent is that the Forest Service has to honor the existing cooperated agency agreement until they get their act together. So I think we should take that deadline seriously, but as long as we do everything in our power to renew it, if the Forest Service drops the ball on their end, the precedent has always been you honor the existing agreement.
Okay.
Now, the trouble we have here, we have a deputy forest supervisor that doesn't want to play with us. We're getting a new forest supervisor. And I think one of the things that can help with all of this is to shore up the language in the new MOU to make, for example, like they did on the spruce EA, they have to involve the cooperating agencies in writing of that in some way, shape, or form. Put some specifics in it, such as those. So that's just a little bit of background on the cooperating agency. As long as we do everything on our end, in the past, what's been the precedent is if the Forest Service can drag, I think it happened last time, they can drag the feet. As long as we have everything on our end, then it is full expectation they honor the existing cooperative agency. And Did you want me to talk on spruce?
Yeah, there's a current project that actually it's a supervisor, come out of the supervisor's office, but actually the regional forest, regional area headquarters actually did the work.
So the biggest thing with spruce is they did involve Lawrence County when they went to write the environmental assessment. They just issued it. We had no idea. Just popped up, all done. And they took a project that was originally 30,000 acres, scaled it, and implementing the forest plan currently, scaled it back to 3,500, so next to nothing in terms of treatments. And one of the things they did is they took very non-substantive comments from the general public and said, well, we don't want to do most of this. And so here's an example. There was a comment that said, why this project, why not? That was one of the reasons for scaling back to almost nothing. There were other legitimate comments like the pine mark and whatnot, but they didn't get into addressing pure spruce and mixed conifer. And a contrast on our comments with Chimera, we had very, very specific comments that were ground-based, substantive comments, and they did not even address them based on the standards. Based on their own standards, and they didn't address them in the Chimera EA. But yet in the spruce EA, they took kind of silly, some of them really just kind of silly comments, and used them to change that. So that's kind of a lot of what's going on. They're also playing projects off of each other. Like we talked to the deputy forest supervisor about Chimera, about spruce management. She said, well, we're doing an EA for spruce. So hold those thoughts. But yet now they do the spruce environmental assessment and say, we're not going to really. So you can see how they're playing them off of each other. One thought, I just throw this out there, it's a little bit offbeat, but I really wonder if we shouldn't, in our comments to the spruce EA, state as an issue the failure to follow the cooperating agency agreement, cooperate with the counties, is an issue that we want addressed in the final EA. It's a way of forcing their hand and really calling attention to the problem. And we could, in that comment, bring up the fact that, you know, when we bring up substantive comments based on forestry experience, they're ignored. Yet the public brings up a comment like, why this, why now? They used to change the project. That's one thought, and also bring up the cooperating agency agreement. We're just going to have to keep on.
So one thought with that, and that's a great idea, Mitch, is that there's no emergency decision on this. We could object to the Chimera decision.
Spruce.
I mean, not Chimera, the spruce decision, and actually then force them to the table to have discussions on not only spruce but the whole cooperative agency. Just a thought that we're going to have to get. When does that due, Mitch? Spruce?
It's coming up here in 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, so we'll have to probably just put them from the Natural Resource Committee, which we've done in the past. But we can discuss that. Maybe we can get them to you guys. But we've got to get together as a committee. Paul, did you have something on that?
If I could, back actually to Commissioner Jennings' comment on where are the teeth, how does it work both ways? Mitch touched on it a little bit. And Mitch just kind of brought this up on the Chimera project, but if you look at the big picture and scale it up just in general to our agreement as a county, forest plan or at project level, the teeth really comes down to a cooperating agency calling them out and objecting to something that they're doing in the NEPA process and saying, when they finalize like Chimera's project, to object to it and say, you violated our MOU and halt the project. And that always comes with that double edge because it's, you know, we're always at the end of the fiscal year and they're trying to get volume accomplished. There's consequences to you know all that. But at the plan revision level, I think document. Everything we do, we make sure that we're documenting that we don't believe they're operating within the agreement, so that if we ever need to throw the foul flag out there, but that's where it comes into play. You have to officially object to it. I don't think we've ever done it on the cooperating agency side. We try to keep things moving forward.
Couple observations. What Mr. Pearson just said is true. The liaison from the chief's office says document. You have to do that. That's the only way you can invoke change. Secondly, I have a question for, I don't know who the committee wants to answer it, but the bat determination, what does that do to our forest management?
Should be okay. The ruling from Fish and Wildlife Service seems to be, and they're still learning their way through the process themselves some way, but it seems to be that as long as we're not clear cutting, that there will be really no restrictions to timber harvesting. That comes from the Fish and Wildlife Service to National Forests as a recommendation. Now, the Forest Service can always make more constraining rules, but that's the Fish and Wildlife Service. It's not that restrictive. If you're clear cutting, then you can't operate April through July.
And that's in some of the western states, the clear cutting in some of the western states.
It's actually going to affect some of the sales here, but it's okay. I mean, it is an endangered species that is a habitat issue for the pup season. Some of the clear cutting going on in the Black Hills right now would be they've done some categorical exclusions on removing off-site planted pine down in like the McVeigh burn by Deerfield Lake, where we're cutting all the trees so they can replant native seed stock. They're doing the same thing over near Muskie and a burn from the 30s. They're going to be clear cutting in those sales and burl sales where we take the overstory off, release the weekend. That's considered
clear cutting.
Okay. So
some programs it will affect.
Be impacted, but I think going forward, that this wildfire fuel reduction focus that the Forest Service has, we're going to be doing a lot more thinning than those overstories. Shouldn't be a huge impact. Not to say somebody can't make it a bigger problem.
I got a good example of what can happen even within an agency. Some of the folks that belong to an organization that I'm on board on, Southwood Family Forest Association, Rapid City, they have been directed to stop their pre-commercial things, trees that are 1 inch to like 6, 7 inches, completely stop it from May 1st through October 1st. 5 months, nothing. The NRCS on the south end in Hot Springs office, 2 months. The NRCS in Nebraska, 1 month. The NRCS office in Wyoming, 2 months. And so there's no consistency at all. It depends on the person in charge of, and it could be whoever, but like in Rapid City, 5 months. So they're not allowing like a contractor that does this work. It's going to take 5 months off during that period of time. How can you keep the contractors around, that infrastructure around if you're, and then you add in spring breakup that might be 2 months. Right. So suddenly 7 months, those guys are going to be shut down. You won't run a business that way, and we're going to lose contractors. So
does that include biomass people?
Yeah,
go ahead and clear that.
Anybody,
and put it to these
anybody,
biomass people.
Anybody.
So we're shutting down the biomass, which is a big goal.
Yeah. Yeah, you're trying to do all these fuel projects that NRCS wants to do, has been encouraged, has money to do, yet they've hamstrung themselves to get the work done and it's not an NRCS national ruling. This is office by office.
And if I could offer a little perspective, when you get a newly listed species, the Fish and Wildlife Service, it takes a while to sort out what they want to do, but what you end up with is Fish and Wildlife Service can seem pretty reasonable, but then as you get these agency biologists and Forest Service or NRCS, whoever, then they kind of take off and run with the most severe restrictions. And yet the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is not saying that. They're adding on. And so I think as the Lawrence County Resource Committee, we have to maybe insert ourselves a little bit in those discussions between the Forest Service and the Fish and Wildlife Service, so that we're maybe not at every meeting, but I'd suggest we try to insert ourselves and see what the discussion is, because we saw this with Steve Colzo. He said, and I quote, "We can't have flexibility in commercial timber harvest because of the northern long-eared bat." He told us that. The next day I called Fish and Wildlife Service and they said, no, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. So that's what I say is one solution is just insert yourself and know where you stand. I've just seen this play out so many different times that so my suggestion is that we do that.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen, for all your hard
And
work.
gentlewoman.
Yeah, sure.
Yep, and gentlewoman as well.
I did want to compliment two folks that really helped in the letter that you'll see. Both Ron and Sherry B were very instrumental in getting that letter written. It's nice to have some, very intelligent people help in giving us a little bit of different viewpoint than us full resource foresters or resource people. It's good, and we got a great committee, and we're working together, and we're trying to do what's right.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for all your time and efforts.
We'll try to keep putting intelligent people in the committee from now on.
Yeah, well, you leave me off. You leave me off. You failed on my point. I brought my legal counsel. This is my younger brother, Craig Coburn. He's a lawyer in Salt Lake. Was retiring at the end of the year.
Thank you.
You got your hands full. I've been coming to these off and on for the last several years, and I hear the same conversation. Year in and year out.
Okay, we're down to our items from the. We're down to the next item, which is items from the public. These are items that aren't on our agenda. We'll allow anyone in the audience to stand up and state your name and your address and visit with us about what you came for. We do limit each person to 3 minutes, and there's no action or anything taken from this board for it because it's a non-agenda item, and the public has not been notified of whatever topic you're here to speak about. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak? Okay.
I'm Erica Douglas. I live at 3726 Spring Creek Lane, Spearfish, 57783, with my husband, who I cherish, and my 3 beautiful children, who I love. Have I got a deal for you? Improve your public approval, improve confidence in our elections, and have full confidence that the numbers don't lie. All jokes aside, the argument against the hand count in our elections is thin. I have nothing against machines. I consider my dishwasher and my sewing machine my dearest friends. And no, I am not the dishwasher in my household. But they, like all overpriced items of desire, let me down from time to time. When the dishes don't shine, my husband finds and fixes the issue. When the thread jams up, I change the bottom. The clothes smell weird, I check myself, and then the machine. But unlike all of the conveniences that we all enjoy in our lives, these machines, the ones in place to count up our votes, a sacred right that we have been afforded by sacrifice and valor, are seen to be infallible and not checked. Now, we are told that there is a test done before the vote is ran, and yes, it is witnessed. Wonderful! However, machines are getting smart. I thought about cleaning my closet this morning, and already 2 ads for luxury closet designs have popped up on my phone. No joke, it's scary. I ask this not to hold up results, report the machine, and then let the precincts have a community affair and count the tally. Think of what heroes you would all be. Think of the angst that we could all put to bed. A majority of voters do not have faith that our elections are free and fair. The blame for this mistrust is not on the machines alone, but they are a part of the mistrust. I personally know of many issues with our elections that I'd like to see addressed. This is where I start. I'll show my belly and say that I naively have told myself, no way the machines are skewing things. It is my personal exposure to some of the most brilliant minds I have ever met and the graphs produced of election night reporting that make me question things. I'm not in a position to change the residency laws of this state. The folks that have moved from one address but still vote under another, but I can count, I can help recruit volunteers, and I can turn up the charm and ask the commissioners of this good county to consider strapping on the popularity cape and have Lawrence County hand count their votes. Completely new topic, since I'm here.
Your time's about up, Erica.
I hear you, it's one sentence. I suggest that the county cease the permitting of cold storage in the county. We are blessed to be the keepers of the Black Hills beauty and not grant the view of corrugated metal.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Ron, you have anything?
No, sir, thank you.
John, anything further from you, sir?
Nope.
I don't
Okay.
see anybody online.
Okay, is there any without items from the commissioners? Randy, anything?
Well, I think those that attend the convention, that there's a couple good items on the workshop. One
Okay.
of them's on some court case.
Well,
Also, there's some positions open to serve on the state board there. It's good representation.
I plan on attending if hopefully Commissioner Sleep is healed up by then.
And then also one of those mornings we have testimony on summer study.
Okay.
Might be interesting listening or testimony.
Okay. Anyone else?
I do not.
Brendan?
Nope.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
12:08.
So moved.
All right, we are adjourned.
I will conclude the meeting then.